Hello, and once again, good evening, YouTube. Welcome back to the Cup Cuz Games channel, and this video is going to come off as incredibly unhinged. And in many ways, it is incredibly unhinged, because I've decided today that we are going to do something I haven't done in a while. The last time I did one of these videos, I believe, was 2018. Goodness gracious, 7 years ago. I hate how time just keeps on coming, and it don't stop coming. It don't stop coming, man. Ooh. Anyway, today we're going to answer some questions. I want this to be a bit of a definitive video of sorts, so I'm going to give you my complete history with every active Cup Series driver, and I'm going to go by the list for the Atlanta entry list is what we're going to do. There's 39 cars. You know, it'll be a good time. Everyone's going to have a lot of fun with this, I'm sure. Yeah, so finally, we're going to get the answer to the question, why do I hate Reddick so much? And for that matter, here's a timestamp just so you can, go there and go on with your life. And there will be timestamps to every driver on this list, as well as some others that I'm going to add in just for fun. And that'll be in the description, and hopefully the video chapters work so you can look at it on the timeline thing on the bottom. And I'm also cooking a Quest pizza right now, so I need to go and grab that in about 15 minutes. So hopefully I do not forget to do that. So get ready to strap in for the longest video you've ever watched in your life, honestly. And I'm sure we'll have some tangentially related footage in the background so that all the Zoomers don't get bored. So yeah, why don't we just take a look and get started here. An amazing character to start this video off. They put the 01 at the top of the list instead of the bottom. Corey LaJoie. My opinion on Corey LaJoie. Well, you see, the thing is that Corey LaJoie is someone I never really had that strong of an opinion of. The first memory that I have of Corey LaJoie was he was driving, what was he? I don't remember if it was the, was it like 2017 when Ryan Truex and Jeb Burton were driving for Biaggi, and didn't Corey LaJoie run a couple of races there? That's the first knowledge I ever had of Corey LaJoie, and I have legitimately not cared at all about him ever since. The strongest opinion that I had on Corey LaJoie, Corey LaJoie. I think I might add Heim to this list, by the way. First time I was mad at him was when he wrecked Reed Sorensen in whatever year it was, 2019 duels. That was like Reed's last race. I really didn't care about Reed Sorensen. I just thought it was a really stupid move. So yeah, on that one. Ever since, Corey LaJoie has become a meme of sorts. Like, he was always never really one. It was never really much of an underdog. He's got a podcast, I guess people kind of cared. Kind of didn't hate him that much when they started watching his podcast or whatever. But but everyone hates him now, and when he went to Spire, he was just a hazard, and then he moved over to Rick where he was even more of a hazard, and then he got one race in the 9 car, but it was the one race in whatever year it was that Hendrick was bad. The only race of the entire season that Hendrick was slow across the organization just so happened to be 2023 Gateway of all the weekends, and LaJoie was slower than dog ass. But I don't blame him there. He was better. He was straight up better in a Spire car, at some tracks. He had legitimate speed at times. He was a low-key driver in DraftKings. But really, my honest opinion on Corey LaJoie is I'm a fan, because everyone hates him. It's the same thing that happened with Michael Annett. Everyone despised Michael Annett. And I'm like, bro, leave him alone. He's trying his best. But everyone hates Corey LaJoie now. They they scrutinize every single word that he says these days. No one lets him get a word in without some kind of fucking Twitter dunk. And when he was in the lead with a couple of laps to go at Daytona in the 500, I was like, do it. Do it, you mad bastard, please. Please! The schadenfreude of Corey LaJoie getting fucking railed on Twitter every single day leading to the Daytona 500 and him going out and winning that sumbitch race. Oh, that would have been so satisfying to see the absolute meltdown. But unfortunately, he's kind of no longer relevant. He died in Daytona. There's like, unless he runs more plate races, he's probably not going to do anything for the rest of his career. Very sad indeed. Hopefully he got some money out of that, but I think the 01 is not, it's part-time. It is not a chartered car, so he got no money. No money for doing that race. Very sad. If he won that race and NASCAR only had to pay him out the fucking 1/10 of what the charter cars get, they probably would have been like, hell fucking yeah, sign me up for that one. NASCAR sucks. Ross Chastain, the first real driver on the list. All right, now this is going to get interesting. All right, so Chastain. My first memories of Chastain, he was at JD Motorsports. I was not watching the truck series on a weekly basis when he was with Keselowski. So I did not see him do nothing for Keselowski. I only saw him for JD Motorsports, and he was a low-key guy. He just did okay sometimes. And it's anyone's guess how much more focus that car got versus the other JD cars. Because as we all know, like fucking today, Ryan Sieg Racing has like 4 cars sometimes, but we all know the 39 was the only one getting the resources from Ford. The 28, whatever other goddamn car they were running, was basically just whatever the fuck they had lying around the shop, you know. The 39 was the only one getting the actual, you know, parts and shit. But, and that being said, Eric Almirola won in the 28, so just want to say that. Just want to say that. Chastain, I like Chastain because he was a likable underdog. He really didn't fucking do anything stupid until he got in a good car. The instantaneous second he got in a good car, he actually, like, he was racing Harvick, and Harvick wasn't expecting him to race him, and it was like, oh. And then they both wrecked, and it was kind of funny. And then Harvick was a bitch about it and said that he was done racing Xfinity, and then he was back racing Xfinity the next season. So, yeah. People always fucking bitching and complaining about me. Oh, I thought you were done. I thought you were done. Oh, why are you still watching? Motherfucker, Kyle Busch and Kevin Harvick both said on multiple occasions they were done racing Xfinity and they were back in the car the next season. Why aren't you fucking bitching at them? Huh? Ross Chastain. Once Chastain got in race-winning equipment is when I stopped caring about him. He drove like a jackass basically every single week. Every single week he was driving as if he still had something to prove, as if he did not have a car lined up for the next race, you know? It was understandable when he was in the 42 at Darlington because, you know, fucking, like, he was only going to get so many opportunities. Oh, my goodness. Then he goes out and wins Vegas. And he made the chase as a result, actually. Fucking Xfinity chase that shouldn't exist. And then he was irrelevant in Richmond, and then that was the end of his tenure at Ganassi and Xfinity because DC Solar got arrested, and et cetera, et cetera. And then he ended up fucking still being in the 4, which is the funniest thing, in my opinion. He got to drive for Call League occasionally, I guess, which is good and stuff, I guess. I don't fucking know, dude. Once he got to Call League is when I stopped caring. Then they were winning plate races all the time, but they were also getting failing inspections, so they weren't winning. And plate races were the only time Michael Annett could be relevant, so I was annoyed whenever Michael Annett didn't win. Eventually, Chastain got into the 6 car when Newman almost died, and then he wrecked with 2 to go at Vegas, which ruined a fight between Blaney and Bowman for the win, which I was sitting back like, I'm okay with either of these. And then Chastain wrecked by himself, and Logano won, because literally nothing good could happen in the year 2020. It was fucking destined to fail from the beginning, really must be said. So I hated Chastain from that moment on. I have not enjoyed his existence ever since. He was completely irrelevant that one year that he was full-time at Xfinity, which was 2020. He did not win any race. He got dabbed on by everyone. It was funny. Then he went to the Cup Series for a year and did nothing. Then he was in the one, and then he was winning occasionally, and then he won at Talladega over Erik Jones because my life is a joke. And then he rode the wall and fucking went viral, and that's the only thing anyone knows him about. And I used to have to deal with his sponsor was Moose, the Moose Foundation or whatever. And I had to deal with Moose people when I worked at the hotel, and it was horrible. I couldn't stand them. They were so obnoxious. So that really annoyed me on a deep personal level when he went viral in that car. And then everyone's been saying lately on Twitter that Chastain is no longer a hazard, and I'm like, have you been watching? All he's done is fuck over Truex all he did spend from 2022 to the end of Truex's career was fuck over Truex. Even this year in the fucking Daytona 500, the wreck that took out Truex was caused by Chastain being a jackass and not holding his line. So yeah, basically, fucking Moose. I hate Moose so much. Yeah. So basically, everyone's like, "Oh, Chastain's not doing anything stupid anymore." It's like, are you watching the races? You bitch about me watching races when I'm not supposed to. But I thought, aren't you a fan of NASCAR? Open your fucking eyes. Have you been looking at the screen? Chastain is annoying. That is, yeah. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna go check on my pizza. Good news, everyone. The Quest pizza was cooked to perfection. And for your viewing convenience, I decided to eat it before continuing the video. So, let's continue the video. We got a great streak. Like, look at this. This is a great opener to this video. Alright, next is Cindric. Alright, this should be fun. So the first that I remember of Cindric was some ARCA races in 2016, I think. He was pretty much irrelevant in all of them. And yeah, he continued racing ARCA into 2017, and I believe 2017 is when he started racing trucks. Completely unjustifiable, but you know how it goes. You know how it goes. Yes, so he did absolutely nothing in all those races. He wrecked Kaz Gralla to make the chase, and everyone was like, oh, it's fine that he did it because Gralla had a win and he didn't. And it's like, motherfucker, I thought racecraft was important. No, we were just straight up, as early as 2017, we were like, oh, it's okay that he wrecked him because he wanted to do the championship stuff. He wanted to play the Chase playoffs game. It's like, no, that was the only time that context was, like, ever even applied in, like, the history of NASCAR. It was, like, the first time, and it was like, who the fuck is saying this? Who is saying this unironically? Anyway, he sucked in ARCA, he sucked in the Truck Series. He moved up to Xfinity, where he continued to suck dick. He did nothing in the truck chase, by the way. He had absolutely no business being in it, etc., etc. And he was, of course, moved up after 1 year in trucks because clearly being relevant in exactly one race all season long is worthy of advancement. Just as an aside, Ty Dillon has 4 Truck Series wins. Austin Cindric had 1 before moving up to Xfinity, where he continued to do absolutely fuck all. He was terrible in 2018, especially on road courses where he wrecked himself from the lead at Watkins Glen, I remember that. And completely irrelevant to everything that I've said so far is like the main reasons why I don't actually like Cindric. This is all just an argument for... I've just been making an argument for why he shouldn't even be in the Cup Series. That's all. He should have been fucking out on his ass after the truck season. The only thing that made him, like, more accomplished than Riku Abreu in the truck series was wrecking Kaz Gralla for a win. Rico Abreu had a more worthy fucking goddamn resume to continue racing in trucks, and he was out on his ass after one season. But then he goes and does fuck all, and you know, he ran the full season in 2018 between the Penske 22 and the Roush 60, and I don't give a fuck about the Roush 60. They rotated through a bunch of different drivers, a bunch of different good drivers. Like Ty Majeski, Truck Series champion. Chase Briscoe, actually good driver. Actually has won races on merit. You know, speaking of Chase Briscoe, he won that Watkins Glen race. Or not Watkins Glen, it was fucking Roval that Cindric wrecked himself from the lead from. Briscoe went on to win that race. And he was, you know, he probably would not have had a career had it not been for that. Because he was on his way to flaming out, because he was stuck in the Roush 60 most of the time. But no, Briscoe then goes into the place that Cindric's supposed to be. Oh, he's such a road racing legend. He's so fucking good being carried by his teammates in IMSA. Oh, he's so fucking good. And then he goes out and does fuck all for an entire season. 33 Xfinity races, fuck all accomplished, other than making an ass out of yourself. And of course he's back the next season, full-time for Penske. Oh, wow. Yeah, crazy. And then he's winning a bunch of road course races, which is fucking garbage. He shouldn't have made it out of trucks. Yet here he is in his second year in Xfinity with an absolutely depleted field of drivers. There was absolutely no one, you know, worth a shit. Penske's always been ridiculously overpowered on road courses. Just ask Logano, just ask Keselowski, as they leech their fucking all the way till the cows come home in those fucking races. And even Alex Tagliani probably could have won a couple of fucking Xfinity races in the road courses in that Penske 22 if they'd let him do it enough times. If they let him have a full season. Yeah, so, but then he won like fucking 5 straight races, which was complete fucking goddamn bullshit, because I'm pretty sure 2 of those races were DQ'd from the actual winner. Pretty sure. Pretty goddamn fucking sure. So that was a load of goddamn shit. And then he was still fucking racing. I don't fucking know, dude. I guess he won the championship in 2020 because there was no one in the series to fucking face off against him. What an accomplishment. Thankfully, Daniel Hemrick prevented that from happening twice in a row. It was Allmendinger who had the most points in 2021. I would be legitimately shocked if it wasn't Briscoe who had the most points in 2020. So, yeah. Basically. Etc. Yeah, and then he won the 22 Daytona 500 by wrecking Ryan Blaney, and no one else was close enough to do anything after that. So that was the biggest pile of fucking shit since Austin Dillon won it. And then he did absolutely nothing for the rest of the season, and he did absolutely nothing for all of 2023. And he would have done absolutely nothing for all of 2024 had it not been for Blaney's team deciding, Lamau, I'll just not put in enough gas by 1 lap. So yeah, now his career continues. And everyone thinks he's godlike on the fucking, everyone thinks he's the next Dale on super speedway races, but like, you fucking look, Josh fucking Berry looked like he was going to win in Atlanta. That just goes to show you how fucking, you know, just the Penske teammate shit works there. It's just, they all link up, all 4 cars, and just sit in the front, and no one tries to go against them because they're not fast enough. At least in Atlanta, they try at fucking Daytona, and hopefully Talladega at least, but you know, so like, yeah, fucking non-accomplishment. Harrison Burton won in the 21 car on the play track with no help from teammates, by the way. He had no teammates up there. So yeah, basically. Not an accomplishment. So basically, there's a guy that shouldn't have ever made it out of the Truck Series. That's an Xfinity champion, Daytona 500 winner, and is going to be in the Cup Series as long as Tim Cindric works for Penske. What a fucking series. Speaking of people who have absolutely no business being in the Cup Series, Austin Dillon is not one of them. You'll be surprised to hear me say. So I did not watch him in the Truck Series because we didn't have cable back then, so I couldn't watch it. The first that I remember seeing of Austin Dillon was fucking 2014 Daytona 500. I'm going to be 100% honest. 100% honest, even when it was 2013 and he was working on his 0-win championship in the Xfinity Series, which is more legitimate than Cindric's championship, by the way. I didn't even know him in that because I was too busy not watching Xfinity because it was just leeches every single week. Like, I was too busy thinking maybe Elliott Sadler will put a season together for the first time in his life. That's pretty much the extent of what I was thinking. That was nationwide back then, even. But yeah, the first that I remember actually like thinking actively about Austin Dillon was the 2014 Daytona 500, and he was in like 3 wrecks. 3 for Dale, brought the 3 back. 3 for Dale, wrecked 3 times in the Daytona 500, and was an absolute hazard from start to finish. And at that point, I was like, okay, well, yeah, this is happening. And I spent a long time not caring about Austin Dillon. The only times that he was relevant was when he was leeching. And yeah, it's funny how that works out, is that he was incapable of winning in 2013 when he was full-time at Xfinity. But the second that he becomes a leech, all of a sudden he's winning Xfinity races left and right, looking like a fucking prodigy. Doing fuck all in the Cup Series to follow it up, though. Yeah, he did absolutely nothing in 2014, 15, and 16, other than be in the Xfinity Series occasionally. 2017 is when he won the Coke 600 on fuel mileage, and I was like, okay. It was better than Kyle Busch winning, I guess. And then I was thinking maybe he's going to amount to something, and then he did nothing for the rest of the season. 2018 comes, he wrecks Eric Almirola for the win in the Daytona 500. It has been chronicled on this channel, my opinion on that. The fact of the matter is that NASCAR has gotten so bad that that's not even that bad of a finish. Almirola definitely, it was definitely both the 3 and the 10's fault. Dillon came down, Almirola came up. They both made the same move to the middle, or whatever happened. They were both at fault. And I am no longer mad about that race. I have way too many other things to be mad about to have that occupy my mind anymore. But still, at the time, it was kind of the first death nail in the sports, in the Daytona 500's legitimacy. I was sounding the alarm bells all the way back then, but no one gave a shit. And now fucking races can't finish under green unless NASCAR lets them, because they wreck every single goddamn week at every single goddamn plate track, and people will call it a good race. People will call it a good race. And I was saying all the way back in 2018, like, these guys need to fucking stop wrecking each other on the final lap of these races. They need to fucking race with some goddamn respect. And that is obviously not what happened. So, yeah, he won the Daytona 500 and then went on to do nothing. You see, the problem with Austin Dillon is that he's relevant exactly one time out of the year every year. And sometimes it results in a win, other times it results in second. 2020 Richmond, 2020 Southern 500. Yeah, those were races that happened. 2019, I legitimately don't remember anything that Austin Dillon was involved in. I think he straight up was like, can we take a look at this quick? Oh my lord, he got 0 top 5s, but 3 poles apparently. Wow, I am not going to do this for every driver. But yeah, wow. But yeah, like I said, dude, it's just, he just struggled to be relevant, and then 2021 happened, and he won something. No, he didn't win again. Well, how many wins does he? Okay, oh no, 2020 he won at fucking Texas, in the race where no one could pass because the track was horrendous, and still is to this day. You will be surprised to hear. Yeah, that was a race. That is a thing that certainly happened. His most legitimate race win, by the way, is on a track where no one could pass. Impressive stuff, really must be said. And then he won in 2022 at Daytona after the fucking rain happened and everyone in front of him wrecked. And then there were like 6 cars left on the track. And he had a teammate behind him again. Just like at Texas, I failed to mention that. He had a teammate behind him, so no one was going to pass him either way, even if they could pass with these garbage cars. Yeah. And then he did nothing in 2023. And then last year, he fucking wrecked everyone at the end of Richmond, which was funny. That was a funny moment. I defended him after that race. What a fucking career, dude. Like, this dude... What the fuck? He also has a truck championship. I don't mention that because I didn't watch it. But, like, what the fuck could a dude with a truck championship, an Xfinity championship, and 5 career cup wins just be the what, and then just the stupidest wins you've ever seen? Like, every single cup win he's ever had has been overshadowed by some level of stupidity. Not the fucking Coke 600. That was just a fucking fuel mileage race. Whatever. They happen. Not very fucking often anymore thanks to stage racing, but they happen. 2018, he wrecks a guy to win the Daytona 500. Far from the last to do that. His third win came at Texas, when no one could pass, but he led like 40 laps, so at least he fucking got his driver rating up. Same season that Greg Biffle came back in the Truck Series for his first start in 16 years and won by not pitting. Daytona speaks for itself. And then Richmond, where he wrecks 2 cars. And he got to keep the win, but he did not get to be in the chase. So it was bad enough that they were like, oh, you can't use that to be in the chase. But it wasn't bad enough to black flag him and disqualify him from the actual race win. The logic, NASCAR logic is just, you need to be a fucking PhD, master's degree, triple major, just to understand the fucking logic. There is no consistency. None. Zero. I hate my life, because you know who's next on the list. Anyway, I don't hate Austin Dillon anymore. In fact, he is like the chaotic evil of NASCAR, and it's just, I can't deny it. It's fun to watch. I can't wait to see what antics he gets up to. I hope he wins more races. And I hope I hope that he finds a way to be even more controversial than last time. I want him to outdo himself. It's possible. I'm telling you, it could happen. He's gonna commit homicide on the racetrack. And fucking, they'll be in court. He'll fucking the conviction will come down. Life imprisonment for Austin Dillon. And then that will be when NASCAR's like, okay, I guess we better disqualify this win. He literally ran over a dude. Fucking driving into victory lane or something, I don't know. Gregson's next. Gregson's next. This will be a long section of the video. Hooray! Yes, the guy that I called a fag 6 or 7 times on a video in 2020 or some roundabout time. And took the video down because I didn't want to get a community guideline strike and lose the channel or lose the ability to stream, etc. Yes, I wonder what my opinion on this cuntbag is. So the first experience that I had with Gragson was in the 2018, I think. No. Yes? No. Yes? No, 2017. 2017 Truck Series opener at whatever the fuck it's called, Daytona, where he wrecked on lap 2 and killed Ryan Truex because he fucking sucks. And that was basically just the fucking almond, is that this fucking bitch was born to ruin my life. I swear, the only person who's gotten me legitimately closer to actually offing myself is Brandon Jones. And you think I'm kidding. No. Nope. You think I'm kidding. Nope. So he did fuck all in 2017 and was a menace to fucking every goddamn known universe. But happening in the background in 2017 was my main man, my fucking number one, Corbin Forrester, was gonna be full-time in the truck series until Richie Waters ran out of money after the second race. And Richie Waters was also fielding late model cars. And instead of fielding his driver, Corbin Forrester, in those races, he decided to field Gragson. Why? Why would you do that? This dude that runs for a fucking competitor's team in the truck series, you're going to put him in your late model and not your own driver who you are trying to develop. Yeah. Wow. Great. A stellar move. Outstanding move, to be honest. But yeah, Gragson was a fucking menace all year in 2017, and then he fucking existed in Martinsville in one question mark, I guess. But that didn't stop him from being a fucking menace all year in 2018 as well. I still remember him fucking wrecking himself and Johnny Sauter at Dover. Who won that race? Apparently, Johnny held on. So yeah, he did just legitimately just wreck himself at Dover like a fucking moron, yeah. And it was one lap too fucking early. Corbin could have fucking finished ahead of him that day. Anyway. Yeah, he was fucking terrible, and he was doing all sorts of stupid shit all year in 2018. And thankfully, Brett Moffitt won that championship, as he should have. And it was all good and stuff. I got to watch Brett Moffitt pass him on a fucking green white checkered in person. I did not comprehend at the time how significant of a moment that was, and I really wish that I watched that happen with my own eyes instead of watching it through the phone while I was recording the finish for the documentary. But at the same time, I did that documentary as a college project, so, you know, kind of had to do it. I did not get to live in the moment as I should have. But you live and you learn. Then he moved on to fucking Xfinity despite having absolutely no reason for that, despite getting destroyed by Brett Moffitt every single week. He got to move up to Xfinity because nothing matters. And Brett lost his job because, once again, nothing matters. He proceeded to do absolutely fuck all in the Xfinity series. Michael Annett was better all year long. And yeah. And that certainly was a thing. And then 2020 happened. And he wrecked his teammate for the win at Bristol. And everyone was like, this is acceptable. For some fucking goddamn reason. It's very interesting how only when it's someone that I fucking hate that does the wrecking of someone is when it's okay. It's just like fucking Cindric. It was okay that Gragson wrecked Allgaier. And it was with Plan B sales on the hood. So Plan B sales was jacking themselves off on Twitter the whole time. And I was like, no. So I was on the clock at work and I went in my car and made the video and uploaded it. And then privated it because fucking there were many slurs dropped. I did not, if there was anyone that I would call the N-word, it would be Gragson, by the way. To his face, in person. I would do that. Boy, we are only in 2021. We're not even in 2021 yet. Yeah, he went on to do fuck all in 2020, by the way. And then 2021 happened. And suddenly he's winning every fucking race under the sun because no one's trying. No one's fucking giving a shit. They're all just fucking laying over. Yeah, that was fucking a lot of fun. You know, going back to Bristol and it comes down to Gragson and Brandon Jones. Oh, yeah. Oh, great. What a fucking race. Go fuck yourself. So yeah, thankfully he's no longer in Xfinity. So Xfinity is a watchable series. Also, Ty Gibbs fucking ruined him without even touching him. That's how the 2018 Homestead race should have gone, by the way. Was the 2021, or was that 22? Shit, that was 2022. I'm all over the place, man. 2020. The point is, 2022. Ty Gibbs fucking ruined his bitch ass, and he fucking cried on the pit lane like a little fucking bitch. And he was talking shit all week long. Everyone was talking shit all week long. Oh, they're gonna wreck Gibbs. Oh, because he was a little funny buddy at Martinsville. Oh. People all really overestimated how fucking little anyone gives a fuck about Brandon Jones. Which is funny. Very funny. Very funny that ever since that race, I believe Brandon Jones has one top 5. Does he have any top 5s? I am looking at this, by the way. I am going to look this up quick. Wow, how do I even get here? He's not Rookie of the Year? Yeah, let's just go to 2020 when fucking everything was fucking horse shit and goddamn garbage. Yeah, ever since the fucking final race of 2022, oh no, he got 3 top 5s in 2023 driving for Junior Motorsports. He got 1 last season. Boy, that is an accomplishment right there. Those are some Junior Motorsports numbers right there. He's back at Gibbs, by the way. He's back at Gibbs, doing worse. Yeah, fucking little fucking bitch. Anyway, there's the thing that I need to look at. Yeah, Gregson has not been relevant since getting out of Xfinity. He never should have gotten out of Xfinity, but you know how it goes. He wrecked a bunch at Chicago street course. That was good. That was a good moment, to be sure. Yeah, he has not been relevant even once since making it to the Cup Series, which I would say is a sub-level of karmic justice. I guess. It's good. It's fine. Everything's great, honestly. Everything is fantastic, if I'm 100% honest. Yeah. Kyle Larson. The first that I ever knew of Kyle Larson was once again the 2014 Daytona 500. I need to reiterate this. I did not watch much of Xfinity or trucks before 2017 because we did not have cable. So I did not get Speed Channel, and sometimes we didn't even get fucking ESPN to be able to watch the Xfinity Series and Nationwide Series or whatever the fuck it may have been called all these times, you know? Blah, 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 blah. I barely watched any of that, is what I'm trying to say. Before 2014. After 2014, we're gonna be discussing things, but yeah. Anyway, like I said, I've watched NASCAR my entire life, but like between not having cable for a large majority of that time, you know, barely any lower series before 2014. But all the way from 2003 to like present day, like I at least have a fair enough amount of knowledge about the Cup Series. Maybe I should watch some classic Busch Series and truck races. Maybe that'd be fun. Be better than watching whatever the fuck's going on today. Not relevant. Kyle Larson is relevant. Kyle Larson, knew about him in 2014 Daytona 500. He was a bit of a menace in that race, not nearly as much as Austin Dillon, so I was thinking, okay, this is just another overhyped kid that's going to fizzle out, right? Well, that is actually not the case, because once again, like I said, watching Xfinity Series in 2014, I happened to catch the California Xfinity Series race, where he took it to like 4 different leeches and just dominated in one, and he got the win. It was a close finish by a couple car lengths, so he had to fend off leeches to do it. And I was like, okay, fair enough. And then the next day, Larson came very close to his first career Cup win in like his 10th start, and like it was close. Like he was running top 5. I think Busch won that race because blah blah fucking blah, who cares? And yeah. So that the California, you know, the 2014 California Spring Race, if there was more than one California race in 2014, that was the day that I realized oh shit, this guy's good. Uh-oh, he good. And that was the day I became a fan of Kyle fucking Larson. My goodness gracious. And he moved on, you know, being a leech. And I think it's okay to be a leech your rookie season in Cup. Because you're just getting your fucking feet wet. You're fucking visiting these tracks for the first time. You don't have, you know, a 7-year contract, a decade-long experience at these tracks. You actually need the extra practice as opposed to Kyle Busch. So I was like, okay, all right, that's fine. And he came close a bunch in 2014, and I bought a Kyle Larson hat at some point in 2014. Take a look in my fucking race reviews section. I'm not going to take a look at my race reviews. You know, if you've been watching this, Jay was like June of 2014 when I got that or something. I don't fucking know, dude. So I was a fan of Larson, and then in 2015 it was pretty rough. He was leeching a lot, which was starting to get annoying. But he was being absolutely relevant in the Cup Series. And he missed a race, and Regan Smith drove the 42 at Martinsville. I remember that. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. He won his first race in 2016 at Michigan, and I was like, okay, that's cool. It was better than Elliott. Blah, blah, blah. Now, 2017 comes around, and at this point, I'm like, okay, Truex is doing really good. Truex is doing very good. And it would be cool if he won the championship. But then, some very interesting things started happening. Truex was leading late at Michigan when there was a caution for no reason, and it fucked him and Erik over. And Larson won that race that Truex should have won. And I was like, all right, I'm not happy. I'm not happy that Larson won this race. And then, short track, Richmond. Richmond happened. Truex was dominating again. And one dude touched the wall. One old dude touched the wall with 2 laps to go. And they fucking, they just slammed as hard as they could against the button. And Larson won that race that he shouldn't have won. So that was annoying. And I was kind of holding it against Larson because it was very interesting how Larson kept getting wins off of races that Truex should have won. That was pretty interesting stuff. And it was around about Dover of that season that Larson was leading and Truex was second that I realized someday I'm going to hate Kyle Larson because it's going to be him and Truex racing for these wins. And I'm gonna rather Truex win it. And then that was pretty much it. That was pretty much the end. That was the end of my fandom of Larson. The next season, 2018. Man, I don't even remember what happened in 2018. Wasn't it 2018 where Larson was leading at Chicagoland and then Bowman beat him, or was that 2019? Oh, it was him and Busch at Chicagoland in the race that I didn't see because I was driving to a fucking resort. Yeah, I was driving to the fucking Minneapolis lakefront retreat with my rich family members who were making fucking way too much money. Way too much money. And that was the same uncle that had that went golfing with the CEO of Little Caesars every year. I don't know how that happened, but I tried to get Little Caesars to go to Corbin, but man, those were the fucking days though. 2018, when I had hope, when I had potential and hope. Oh man, those were the fucking days trying to get Little Caesars to be sponsoring Corbin. Oh. I did not get to present my case, sadly. I was not able to do that. Very sad day. Anyway, that's not relevant. Kyle Larson. 2018, I was getting sick of Larson. 2019 was pretty much when the final nail in the coffin was hit. Because Kurt was better than him all season and Larson didn't even win. But everyone was like, oh, Larson's so good. And then they were like completely ignoring the fact that Kurt had like 5 position better average finish and actually won a race. Yeah, and then 2020 happened, and he got fired for saying things on the internet. And it's like, damn. Boy, if you could get fired for saying things on the internet, I might have to take this channel down. Anyway. Anyway. So that was funny. That was very funny. Unfortunately, it was the worst thing that could possibly happen because he got hired by Hendrick, which was not good. That should have been Erik Jones getting hired by Hendrick, but no. So then Larson went on to win 10 races and the championship because of David Starr in the car that Erik Jones should have been driving. So yeah. And ever since then, he's just existed. Usually one of the probably has a chance to win every single race except for plate races, which is the one moment of reprieve that we get from Larson winning all the goddamn time. And yeah, basically Larson has been Truex in 2017 ever since 2021. I got one season of Truex being untouchable. Larson has been at that level since 2021. It has been 4 years. 4 years of that. I would like it to end. Please and thank you. Any day of the week would be excellent. And he still fucking leeches in that stupid ass 17 car for fucking Hendrick in the Xfinity Series. That should not exist. Speaking of things that should not exist, that fucking piece of shit. And yeah, that is the extent of that. I don't know how long that went, but I'm guessing a while. We got some even longer ones coming up, though. I think Keselowski might be even longer, because Keselowski is next. Brad Keselowski won this race. If you'll believe it, that was the first time that I ever heard of Brad Keselowski, was when he won that race at Talladega. Yeah. And that was a good moment. I went, after Mark wrecked in that race, I went fucking swimming, so I missed one of the most consequential finishes in NASCAR fucking modern day history. Like, just think about it. Just think about it, dude. How consequential that race was. Like, the ripple effect that it had on everything. Like, I don't know if Brad would have still gone to Penske if he hadn't won that race. But, like, dude, just the ripple effect and how Edwards became a fucking hitman and trying to murder Keselowski on more than one occasion. Like, fuck, dude. That's crazy. It's some crazy shit. Anyway, I liked Brad's GoDaddy 25 car because it had the same font as Casey's car did. I was like, oh, that's an interesting looking car. That's an interesting looking car, yeah. I like Keselowski because he won that race. And then I like Keselowski in 2010 because he called Kyle Busch an ass. Then 2011 comes and he's in the 2 car and he's actually winning races. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. 2012, he wins the championship. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. I'm glad it wasn't Johnson or Boyer. 2013, did he get injured in 2013? He was barely relevant in 2013. I remember that. 2014 comes around and I'm still watching. I don't hate Keselowski. In fact, I like him a lot for taking out Gordon at Texas. Even though Gordon himself admits that it was his fault and it took him a decade to get over it, but he finally admitted it. So you can now get over it too, Twitter. You can now get over it as well, Reddit. You can get over it. It's okay. You're allowed to do this. But in a similar vein to Larson, I was watching Xfinity on a weekly basis in 2014, and I was like, why is Brad in these races? Why is he racing? He doesn't need to be racing. This car is stupidly overpowered and he does not need to be in it. I feel like young drivers should be in this car. But who gives a fuck what I think, apparently. So I was always on Brad's side in 2014, so that was fun. 2015, he won a couple of races, but was mostly irrelevant. He won that race at California after Kurt got back from being suspended for apparently beating Patricia Driscoll, who was lying the whole time. Imagine that. He got suspended for that and lost a Daytona 500 as a result, even though he did nothing wrong. So that's cool. And yeah, so he won that race, and I was kind of annoyed by that, but I didn't hold it against him. He won in Martinsville in 2015 as well, I believe. 2016. I don't remember much. I've never disliked Brad Keselowski. 17, 18, 19, 20. I've never disliked Keselowski. He's always just kind of been there. And then he bought RFK, which is like, okay, sure. And then he was driving the 6. So he's driving this. I can't dislike someone driving the 6, dude. I can't. I can't dislike someone driving the 6 car. It's just not okay. And then he was like being irrelevant the entire time, and it's like, okay, whatever, it's fine. And then he won, and I was very happy about him winning, and I would like him to win more often. Yeah. He keeps wrecking himself or people that I like at the end of plate races. That's pretty annoying. But I have never disliked Brad Keselowski. He is in a very, very exclusive club of drivers who have been around this long and have never, like, personally slighted me. See, that's the crazy thing, is that he has never fucking gone up against someone that I like and been a bitch. Like, that's crazy. That just doesn't happen, dude. That just doesn't happen with me, man. Justin Haley is the next driver on this list. I guess we're done talking about Brad. Justin Haley. So, interesting case. He was running part-time in 2016, I believe. He was running races when Grant Enfinger should have been full-time in trucks. So I was kind of annoyed by him back then. His name was JJ Haley. And it reminded me of JJ Yaley, so I didn't fucking like that. But then they changed his name to Justin Haley, and it was like, okay. And then he did absolutely nothing for a long time, and he won at, well, I don't even remember what, his first career win was fucking 2018 Gateway, right? Yeah, that was a moment in time. It was a white version. It was like an inverse scheme. Like, you don't get inverse schemes anymore, dude. And he won in basically an inverse scheme in that race. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Gregson should have won that race, but he's a fucking fluke of a goddamn driver, so he didn't, of course. So that's funny. He also won a Canadian Tire when Gregson was a hack again. I didn't even fucking mention that all the way back in 2018. Fucking Gregson was such a goddamn fucking menace everywhere. He's such a fucking fraud. But yeah, Haley won at Canadian Tire, and he also won at Texas, I think. Like at the expense of Todd Gilliland or something? I don't know, dude. The point that I'm trying to make is that I've never really cared a whole lot about Justin Haley. He's kind of just been there. Always, just kind of existing. He won the 2018, what was it? Fucking Daytona. Won 2018 Daytona in Xfinity, but they didn't let him keep it. That was fucking terrible, and they gave the win to a Leach. Fucking imagine the odds of that. Yeah, and then he won for Spire at Daytona in 2019 under the most erroneous circumstances you've ever seen. He kind of became the Austin Hill of 2019, 2020, where he was just winning Xfinity plate races all the time. And it was just pretty boring because it was just the same thing happening all the time. Then he made it to the Cup Series and did nothing. He had the potential to win the Roval, not Roval, fucking whatever it's called, Chicago Street Course. There we go. Last year, I think, and then he fucking, I don't know what happened. He did not win, is what I'm trying to say. And then he went to Rick Ware, And yeah. And then he went to Spire again. And yeah. Apparently, he's been accused of texting underage people. That really hasn't gone anywhere. I haven't seen anyone bring that up in like the last 2 years, so maybe that was a lie. Perhaps that was a lie. Who knows? All I know is that Justin Haley exists, and he is, yeah. He was a plate track merchant, but then he has not won on a plate track in a long time, so I don't fucking know, dude. Justin Haley exists. I really have no strong opinions. Now, speaking of someone that I have had strong opinions of over the decades. Oh, it's Kyle Busch. Boy, this was probably going to be a long entry. So the first that I knew about Kyle Busch was in NASCAR 2005? NASCAR 2005 Chase for the Cup. He existed in the Busch Series, but I did not know anything about him when he was in that car in 2004. I knew him in 2005 when he won at Phoenix, and he was on Hendrick, and I was like, I don't like you because you're on Hendrick, because Hendrick's full of shit. It's kind of blurry in my youth. 2006, Jamie McMurray beat him at Daytona, which was very satisfying. From then on, I mean, he just kind of existed, winning races that I did not enjoy. 2008, he was very good at the start of the year, but then was irrelevant in the chase, which I found funny. 2009, he missed the chase, which I found uproarious. I had uproarious laughter for that one. That was a good moment. 2010, I don't know. He won a bunch, but did not win the championship. 2011, I don't fucking know at this point, dude. 2012, yeah, he sure did win a bunch of races, but nothing of value. 2013, he won the race at California when Logano tried to kill Hamlin. That happened. 2014, he was a leech and was leeching, doing leech things, and won a couple of races in Cup. And yeah, I never liked Kyle Busch at any point. I think at this point the most relevant thing to say would be like when I disliked him the most and when I stopped disliking him. When I disliked Kyle Busch the most, probably 2016, because he was leeching every single fucking race and he was at peak obnoxiousness. 2017, he was Truex's main fucking opponent in the championship, so I really fucking hated him, and he was still leeching. 2018, he was still leeching and being a bitch in the Cup Series. And yeah, 2019, he didn't win for like the first half of the season, and people started to like him, and I was like, what the fuck are you fucking people talking about? You're just gonna drop decades, 14 years of being a bitch just because he didn't win in the first half of the season? No, that was 2020, sorry. 2019, he won the fucking championship. 2015, he won the fucking championship after missing half the season and should not have even been relevant for the championship, but hey, you do you, NASCAR. 2020, he did not win for the first half of the season, and everyone was like, oh, I like Kyle Busch now, and then everyone cheered for him when he won at Texas. And it's like, motherfucker, why? He doesn't win for like 6 months, and suddenly he's a fan favorite? Fuck off. No, I still hated Kyle Busch in 2020. I only started not hating him as much in 2021 when he finally stopped running Xfinity and trucks all the time. Now, don't worry. He still ran Xfinity and trucks as much as NASCAR would fucking allow, and he was still a leech bitch. But by the time 2021 rolled around, I was like, whatever. There are so many other drivers that I hate more at this point. that, like, by comparison, Kyle Busch was, like, out of the top 5 just from how many fucking dumb bitches there were in the Cup Series at this point. So just by fucking, you know, just from comparison's sake, I was like, I'm done hating Kyle Busch. And then he went to RCR, and I was like, and everyone was like, oh, his career is over. And I was like, I bet you he wins 5 races. He only won 3, but I was close. Everyone else was like, oh, his career is over. It's like, no, that car is overpowered. And then he won 3 races, and I was like, see? But he has not won since, which is very funny. He has not won since 2023. Yeah, 2023. He has not won since. And then when he fucking won the truck race at Atlanta just now for the 2nd straight fucking season, people were posting on Twitter about how they were cheering for him winning, and I'm like, fuck you. Fuck this crowd. Fuck every single person in that crowd. Straight up. No. Get this fucking garbage off my screen. No. Fuck all of you. He's still a fucking bitch leech. 20 fucking years of experience in the Cup Series. Get the fuck out of the Truck Series. Why are you here? What are you doing? Leave. Get the fuck out. So yeah. Busch wrecked a bunch. When Truex was going to win last year, Kansas comes to mind. Vegas comes to mind. So, Busch not winning ever again in the Cup Series would be 100% fine by me, because he cost Truex at least 3 wins last year. So yeah, basically. Busch is I have never liked Kyle Busch, and I never will, given the situation at hand. But as far as everyone else in the Cup Series, my God, I don't know. He's still in the top 10, but he's far from the top 5. And that is how the cookie crumbles on that one. Oh boy. Next on the list is Chase Elliott. Yay. Shoot me. Alright, so this one's interesting because, like I said, I started watching all 3 series on a weekly basis, hardcore, in 2014, and that just so happens to be when Elliott pretty much came into existence. I did not see him in 2013. I did not see him wreck Ty Dillon for the win at Canadian Tire. It's very tough to say what my opinion on that would be, because Elliott it was 100% in the wrong, but it's Ty Dillon that he was doing it against, so he pulled a Gregson, is what I'm trying to say. Except he actually managed to win the race, because Elliott actually has a follicle of talent compared to Gregson. Anyway, but yeah, the first I ever saw of Chase Elliott was in 2014 in Xfinity, and I was fine with his existence in Xfinity. I thought his, I was kind of annoyed that Napa went to him after they left Truex. That was really stupid, considering Truex did absolutely nothing wrong at Richmond in 2013. He, of course, was the one that lost all of the sponsors and his job. And Napa just went to the next dude. And I was like, oh, so I guess I did have a negative connotation with Elliott from the beginning. But when he was racing in Xfinity, I had no problem with him, actually, in 2014. I was like, okay. And he won that championship, and I was like, okay. There really wasn't anyone else in the series that was interesting. So, once again, Elliott Sadler failing to win a championship. Average Elliott Sadler behavior, but yeah. Yeah. 2015, he's being worshipped by everyone because he's at Hendrick, and he's making a couple cup starts. But then Chris Buescher destroyed him in the championship, which was very funny. Because you see, the thing is that in 2015, Regan Smith and Ty Dillon were like negative 100 rivals to each other for something. And they were fighting each other at Watkins Glen, and they were too distracted to actually race for the championship. which was interesting. And through it all, Buescher still was better than Elliott the whole season, and wrecked him in the rectum. Wrecked him in the rectum, but yeah. That doesn't matter. Elliott already got his championship, which was real, by the way, because it was on the full season points. And, yeah. So, 2016 rolls around, and Elliott is being worshipped round the clock because he's already the most popular driver. He probably could have beat Dale Jr., if we're honest, in 16 or 17. But, yeah. And it was the thing about Elliott is that everyone was talking about how amazing he was, and they kind of, like, took the I'm sorry, spotlight off of Larson, who I really liked and was actually, like, competitive out front every week. But then Elliott had, like, one good race in 2016, and everyone was like, oh my goodness gracious, he's the greatest thing ever. They were just completely ignoring Larson, who, fair enough, by the time 2016 rolled around, it was his third year in the series, and he still didn't get a win yet. So I was mad, obviously, but I'm always mad. But then Larson beat Elliott to win at Michigan, which was good. And well, I'm sorry, dude. Wasn't it Chicagoland 2016 where the caution came out and that helped Truex win? Didn't it look like Elliott was actually going to win that race? Whatever, I don't care. 2017, still don't really care for Elliott. Hamlin wrecks him in Martinsville, and I was like, I don't see what the problem was, but obviously no one else thought the same way. And I'd always, been okay with Hamlin. Except at that point, that was after he wrecked Truex at Richmond in the Chase cutoff race in 2017, so I was less mad at Hamlin. And then the next week at Phoenix, Elliott put Hamlin in the wall and ruined his race, and everyone said that was fine. Which, fair enough. Hamlin did wreck Elliott, take him out for the win. But, like, they weren't even racing for the win, so, like, And people are still mad at Hamlin for that, almost, 8 years later. Despite the fact that Elliott got exacted revenge the next race. Literally, the next race. People are still mad about that Martinsville race to this day. Even though Elliott actually got him back. So that's interesting. But yeah. So, I considered that done and done, but no one else did. 2018, he won at Watkins Glen because fucking, they didn't fuel Truex's car enough. And then he won some other races, and I was over it at that point. I was very much over it. Yeah. 2019, I don't even remember what happened. I guess he won 3 races. I think one of them was a plate race, and it was awful. Because no one tried. He's also a leech. Don't forget about that. He is a prime leech. He got the win at Talladega in 2016. Or not Talladega, Daytona. And that was the last time I was ever happy that Chase Elliott won a race, was when he beat Logano to win at Daytona in 2016, I believe. That was the last time I was ever happy to see a Chase Elliott win. From there, he was a leech forever, and then 2020 happened, and NASCAR changed their own rules in order to let him win a championship in the most fucked format, in the most fucked season in racing history. Strike it from the fucking record, dude. Every single race since fucking the 2019 finale, just strike it. Strike it from the fucking record. It should not have happened. That entire season needs to be retroactively everything. Trucks, Xfinity, and Cup. The entire fucking season needs to be retroactively struck from the record. I'm not even kidding, dude. So that was awful. That was a fucking joke, is what it was. The only reason that Elliott wasn't at the bottom of the list of most hated drivers is because Gragson exists. 2021 went to Coda. Elliott was irrelevant, but he was fast, and there was a dude without a shirt that was cheering for Chevy, and I was like, I will fucking cut this bitch if he doesn't shut the fuck up. And JC thought I was actually going to get in a fight, but that didn't happen. It didn't happen. Then Elliott recently has been irrelevant, which is funny. It's actually very funny how much that Larson has blown him out of the water. You see, the thing about Elliott is that he is not good enough. He's not good. He is a B-level driver. Elliott is a B-level driver. He is not Kyle Larson. I have always said that William Byron has a higher ceiling than Elliott especially. I don't know about Larson. Larson is kind of the generational talent of this generation, obviously. But, like, Byron, I think, has always been a better driver than Elliott. And it shows. It has shown over the years. Most of Elliott's wins have been total garbage. Texas comes to mind. That was an absolute supreme pile of shit. And then Elliott fucking dumped Hamlin again, for probably like the third or fourth time. I think Hamlin has wrecked Larson more at this point than Elliott. And yet everyone's like, oh, Hamlin sucks because he wrecks Elliott all the time. But then Elliott dumped Hamlin, almost injured him, and got suspended for it. And his fans probably tried to justify it. Probably thought, oh, he deserved that one. Yeah, but like, he's still the most popular driver in spite of that. And he injured himself doing something, and yeah, that happened. And he should not have a championship. That obviously is the biggest pile of shit you've ever seen in your life. And Larson blows him out of the water every day of the week. Byron is better than him. He is, I would even venture to say that in equal equipment, under equal circumstances, with equal crew chiefs, I say Bowman could even outrun his ass. But he will be at Hendrick his entire career, because I think a funny idea, when I want to see Chase Elliott leave Hendrick, and I want to see him on a different team. I would just like to see that. It's never going to happen. I don't understand why. I don't understand why he doesn't go to a Ford team. Bill Elliott was never a Chevy driver, and yet here's Chase, just a Hendrick lifer. I would love to see Elliott go to, like, Gibbs. Take over for Hamlin when he retires. That would be insane. I would really like to see that. But that will never happen, because nothing interesting can ever happen. And Elliott will exist at Hendrick for his entire life. So hopefully Hendrick goes under is what I'm trying to say. But I've been hoping for that for about 20 years now. Does that summarize it? That's okay. I've never liked Elliott and probably never will. Ty Dillon! It just doesn't get better, does it? This list is painful. These low numbers are just agonizing. The only good driver so far has been, okay, Corey LaJoie, but Keselowski. Justin Haley, I don't care about. I've never liked Kyle Busch. Corey LaJoie is the only one, but he's not even full-time, so he shouldn't even be on this list. But whatever. Ty Dillon, fucking... I thought he was the better driver between the two for a long time. And that was only because I did not know that Austin Dillon won in 2012 when he was full-time in Xfinity. I didn't know that. I had zero knowledge about this fact. It was a discovery for sure. And he still managed to lose the championship to Stenhouse. How did that happen? Austin. Ty Dillon is terrible. There is absolutely no justification for him being in the sport, period, let alone how long. How long? He hasn't won anything in a decade. Can I just get confirmation on this quick? Nope. 3 truck wins, last one in 2013, 1 Xfinity win in 2014. He has not won anything in the last 10 years. Decade. Am I missing an exhibition race? Oh, the Eldora Dirt Derby heat race number 5 in 2017. Sorry, forgot about that. The electric stadium shaking victory. It's still more justification than J.J. Yaley's career, but fuck me, dude. How has Ty Dillon stayed around this long? Oh, yeah, his last name. Ty Dillon sucks so much. The first I knew of his existence was in... Oh, when? What was he racing in the truck series in 2014? Anything? He only ran 2 truck races in 2014. I did not watch a lot of trucks in 2013. But the first that I ever saw of him was in 2014 when he was in Xfinity full-time and beefing with Regan fucking Smith of all people. And he won in Indianapolis, and I thought that was okay because I didn't know that Austin Dillon won 2 races in 2012. I thought he won 0 races for his Xfinity championship, and he only got wins as a leech afterwards. I didn't know that. And that was a fucking fuel mileage win at Indianapolis in 2014. That's, yeah, and I have no idea about his truck wins because I did not watch a lot of trucks. I watched most of the end of the season in 2013 in trucks, but I don't think he was relevant at all in those races. But yeah, dude, like, apparently he won Texas. I did not know that. With leading a majority of the laps, actually. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Anyway, I don't care. But that's the fucking RCR truck. Joey Coulter could win in that, and he wasn't even the focus of the team. RCR opening a truck, like opening a 100-100 truck like it's auto sim and then shutting it down immediately as his kids are fucking out. You know, his grandchildren, yeah. But Ty Dillon is horrible. Like, he has shut down how many organizations? He shut down Germain. He shut down Gaunt. He is a team killer. He went to Gibbs. He went to Gibbs in Xfinity, the most overpowered team in NASCAR history. Xfinity Gibbs. And he did nothing. Absolutely nothing. He made an ass out of himself. He went to Rackley in trucks and did fuck all. He went to fucking... Where else did this motherfucker go? He went to the 42 for petty GMS when it was petty GMS. Erik Jones won a race for that team. Ty Dillon was only relevant when Larson wrecked him at the Indy Road course. He's done nothing in a decade to even justify being in the series, in any series. He's flunked out of trucks. He's flunked out of Xfinity. He's flunked out of Cup. How does he keep getting full-time cars? Now he's full-time at calling in the 10. How? Who? Who is allowing this to happen? Who is allowing this to happen over and over and over? How does he keep having a career? How does he keep doing nothing in every series and keeps sticking around? He had a horrendous season in trucks. He couldn't even match Matt DiBenedetto. Matt DiBenedetto destroyed him in the truck series comparison-wise. And now he's back in Cup. I have never in my life seen someone stumble ass backwards through their entire fucking career and keep sticking around every single time. Other than Brandon Jones. This is insane. I'm just fucking flabbergasted. His career should have ended when he single-handedly shut down Germain. When Casey fucking built that organization from D&Qing every week with Max Papis into an organization capable of making every single race and even competing for wins on plate tracks. He couldn't even keep up with that with more help from RCR because of his name. Jermaine still shut the fuck down. He has done nothing. Ty Dillon's most notable moment in his career is beefing with me. That's his career highlight, is beefing with Kamikaze Games. And since that moment, since he started an online beef with me when I was going after Austin, and I actually thought Ty was the better driver at the time, unironically, he still fucking called me out, talked shit on Instagram, and he has done fuck all since. It's baffling. It is downright... I am flabbergasted by this man's career. I have never in my life... I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's incomprehensible. He's done nothing for a decade. I don't even know what to talk about other than the teams that he has single-handedly shut down. It's like that death go knocking on people's doors meme. He's coming for Call League. Better watch out, you better not cry. Ty Dillon's coming to force you into an early retirement. I don't know. I don't know what else to say, man. Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin exists. So Denny Hamlin, this will be another long one. Denny Hamlin has been in an interesting position of being a driver that I, in theory, should be able to rely on and have had to rely on in the past. Hamlin is someone that I have seen his entire Cup Series career from the beginning. Well, that's a lie because I don't remember him racing in 2005. I don't think I watched much of the chase in 2005. I'm pretty sure I did not actually watch Mark win at Kansas in the Cup Series. I remember watching him win a Busch race around about 2004, 2005, but I don't remember watching him win Kansas, which is a shame. I remember watching him win the All-Star race in 2005, but like in the late season of 2005, I don't know what channel it was on, but it must not have been one that we got, because that was right when we moved, so we probably got a different cable package. So, yeah. We moved in like September, October, late September, early October. And that's like literally right when the chase starts. So we must have gotten a new TV channel. I was overwhelmed by having to move to a different state. You know, that was probably the reason. So I did not see the start of Denny's career. I was too busy being a child. You see, the funny thing about Hamlin actually is because I thought his first ever Cup start was the Bud Shootout in 2006 when he won it. And I was like, oh, I actually remember watching that. I was like, oh, this dude good. So, I didn't watch him in Busch, obviously. The only reason I even knew that the Busch series existed back then was that it was in the games. Because I never watched the races live. But yeah. So, I always thought Hamlin was good, and in 2006, I think he was the main guy I was cheering for to win the championship. But like, once again, 2006, I was hardly watching any racing back then in 2006. I barely watched any races that year. Same for 2007. I remember watching him sweep Pocono in 2006. I do remember that. But other than that, not a whole lot of memory in that regard. But yeah, Hamlin, 2008, I don't really remember him in 2008. 2009, he won a bunch. 2010, he was basically like the guy that I was in the corner of because he was the one that had the best chance of ending the reign of fucking terror from 2006 to 2010. He had the best chance And he actually fucking had the points lead and everything. And then he just fucking shit himself at... Well, Phoenix wasn't even his fault. They didn't feel the car enough. But then he shit himself at Homestead, coming in with the points lead. It's like... What were you doing, my dude? You just needed to do decent. And you had it. And then he's wrecking on lap 11 or something. Like, fuck off, dude. What are you fucking doing? And that's legitimately the closest he's been to winning an actual championship. Like, 2011, I don't remember what he did. That was the year that Mark had his fucking splitter took off at Martinsville, and he would have won that race if it had been 5 laps longer. But nothing good can ever happen, so that was not what happened. And 2012, nothing happened. I think 2012 was the year he missed a race and Mark subbed for him. No, that was 2013. 2013, yeah, is when he got nearly killed. But, well, nah, that's an exaggeration. When he was grievously injured by Logano. There we go. And that's when he missed a race. And then he won at Homestead, and he kept his streak of winning every single season alive. And then 2014 happens. And I realize how much of a leech he is, but it's fine. He has another chance of winning the championship. Oh, that didn't happen. Thanks, Blackcock. Blackcock made sure he did not win that championship. 2015... That was the year he, like, won Talladega by... No, not Talladega. I don't remember what he won in 2015. He was irrelevant. 2016, won the Daytona 500 over Truex. What a bitch. 2017, he wrecked Truex a bunch. He was kind of annoying, and then he wrecked Elliott. That was really good. I was happy about that. 2018, he should have won Phoenix. He should have won Martinsville. Should have won a bunch in 2018, but he didn't, because nothing good could happen. He would fucking actually maybe have beaten Kyle Busch's streak of winning races if, I don't know, where is he at as far as that? Yeah, it looks like if he would have won this season, and if he would have won in 2018, that would have broken Busch's streak, because that's 2005 included in there. So yeah, that would have been a 20-year streak. I mean, he absolutely should have won at least 2 races. So that's annoying. 2019, he probably could have won that championship too, but like, didn't they put the tires on the wrong... No, it was Truex's team that put the tires on backwards, and they put too much tape on Hamlin's car in like the most boring championship race of all time. In 2019 at Homestead, but that's mostly down to how shit the cars were. They were always shit. But like, they somehow managed to make them even worse in 2019. Because they really went, oh, if we cut the engines by 300 horsepower, that'll make things more entertaining. Oh, wow, that didn't work. Truly a shocking development right there. But yeah. But Hamlin's always been a guy who I end up being on his side due to circumstance. Championships in the mid-2000s to late 2000s, and Elliott fans being obnoxious from mid-2010s to present day. Hamlin winning always pisses everyone off on Twitter, so that's always good. Mad people on Twitter always gives me bliss, fills me up with bliss. And yeah, so I have always liked Hamlin, except for the couple of times that he made me mad and he got bumped down a few spots, but circumstances always bring him back. He's kind of like Brad Keselowski in that regard. Whereas Brad has never pissed me off, really. Hamlin has occasionally, but he always comes back. He's always back. He's always allowed back at the dinner table after a while. I feel like I should say more on Hamlin because he's been around this long. And I have had a strong opinion of him the whole time. But really, like, there's not a whole lot to say after, like, 2019, because all that happens is he makes the Final Four and doesn't win the championship every season. Is pretty much how it goes. And then he wins a bunch of races. He has more wins than Lee fucking Petty. Like, think about that. He has more wins than Lee Petty. More wins than everyone else that has less wins than Lee Petty. He has 54 career wins. 54 times. Like, Hamlin does not... whenever I bring up Hamlin... Yeah, even probably back in the previous fucking video, like, how many wins did he have back then? Like 40? Didn't he hit like 40 or some shit back in 2018? Probably less. Now I was like, y'all need to fucking start respecting him. He's one of the greatest NASCAR drivers of all time. Think about that. Denny Hamlin, one of the greatest Cup Series drivers of all time. 54 wins. Like, Jesus. And now he's a team owner, I guess. Whatever. I'm tired. I should not be recording this. Ryan Blaney is next. Ryan Blaney is next. First I ever saw Blaney was in 2014 when he was, might have even been, no, I did not watch him race in the Cup Series in 2014. It would have been part-time when he was, like, allowed to race the 22 when it wasn't busy being a leech car. And I liked Blaney back then. I always thought that he was the better of the up-and-coming drivers. Wasn't he full-time in trucks in 2014, actually? I remember watching him race in, he beat Herman Quiroga at Canadian Tire Clean. I watched that live, and that was the day that I realized, ooh, Blaney is a clean driver with an immense amount of skill. I like that. From there, Blaney kind of existed. He did nothing at Talladega in 2015 and did not win, so he deserved to lose that. Man, this video sucks. He won a bunch of truck races. He did not win the truck championship, though. 2015 was an odd season where he was not full-time in anything and kind of just existed in all three series, and it was weird. He won some truck races, he won some Xfinity races, and I mean, I always liked Blaney. I always liked Blaney, especially when he went full-time in 2016. I was like, okay, now we're going to see some magic. He did nothing. He proceeded to do nothing. 2017 was fun. That was when he won his first race, right? Was 2017 at Pocono. And I was like, yo, that's awesome. Good for you. Quality stuff, dude. Quality stuff. And I was very happy that he won before Elliott did. And then Blaney had a thing where he won one race every year for a while and was like just existing. He won at the Roval in 2018 when he should not have won at the Roval in 2018. And that was a thing. And then in 2019, he won like once somewhere. Was it Atlanta? I don't fucking know, dude. But like, he was a leech for a long time. That was annoying. I was getting sick of seeing him at all those races that he didn't need to be in. But I always liked Blaney. He was always solidly my number 2 behind Truex. And he was that way for the longest time. He got bumped down to 3rd between him and Erik eventually. Or was it Briscoe? I don't remember, dude. But like, Blaney won the championship in 2023, and I was like, whatever, I don't care. This sport sucks. It's a load of fucking garbage. He won 3 races in 2021, I think. That was a breakout season, to say the least. But I was always happy to see Blaney competing for wins, and then I got sick of his existence after he decided he did not want to win at Homestead in 2024 and gave up like a bitch. Yeah, he got knocked out of my top 10 after that race because that was the stupidest thing. That was the single stupidest move. Like, you know how Mark went down the pit lane and did not win at Bristol in the Busch Series that one time because he pit on the white? That was the stupidest move in NASCAR history until the final lap of Homestead last year. There is absolutely no justifying what Ryan Blaney did. that there is no justifying it, and he was knocked out of my top 10 after being solidly top 3 his entire Cup career. He got knocked out of the top 10 for that move alone. And I still, even though he won in Martinsville, I was like, well, it's better than Elliott, but I would have wished anyone else fucking won this race. Yeah. And I'm still sick of Blaney. I am. I'm going to be honest. It looked like for the longest time Blaney was going to be my favorite driver after Truex retired. And Briscoe took that spot in like 2022. And it's haven't looked back since. So the good news is that all of Penske sucks now. So I don't have to pretend, that like Blaney is the one shining beacon on Penske. No, the entire team is garbage. So that's good. Yeah, so that's pretty much that. Yeah. Next on the list is AJ Allmendinger. So he's interesting in that many of the younger viewers will be surprised to hear that he's been around for a very long time. The first I heard of Allmendinger was in 2007, obviously. I couldn't pronounce his name or read it even because I was stupid. But I knew about him in NASCAR 08, and I played as Red Bull a lot just because it was a cool team in that game. But I don't think you can get the contract for either car in career mode, though, which is extremely disappointing. Yeah. But I really didn't care about Allmendinger at all until he was in the 22. And I was mad because he fucking got fired for being on drugs, and he's the reason Logano's in the car. If he just had not been doing that, we would not be in the situation we are now. So thanks, AJ, for that. But I was also disappointed when he was able to get his career back after being on drugs. I don't actually remember if it was like he was on some like prescribed medication and it came up as Adderall, or like the Adderall was prescribed. Something. I'm pretty sure that was the case, actually, is that he was kind of screwed in that regard. But I was mad that he came back because Jeremy Mayfield did not come back after being accused of being on drugs, right? So when he won in 2014 at Watkins Glen, I was not happy. I would have much rather it had been Ambrose or anyone else. Kurt was up there at the end of that race. I think Biffle was too. And, yeah, so that was not great. Interestingly enough, AJ Allmendinger has come on to become one of my favorite drivers in NASCAR, which is insane to think, considering the way it started. It is extremely rare for a driver that I dislike to become one of my favorites. It is extremely rare. I'm trying to think if there's any other instance of a driver like Allmendinger that I actively disliked becoming one of my favorites. And that is only because he always wrecks Brandon Jones. I don't know if anyone has ever noticed this, but like when he was full-time in Xfinity, he wrecked Brandon Jones like 6 times. Like, how can I dislike someone that does that, first of all? Second of all, he was always winning a bunch of road course races against people that I hate. And Allmendinger was just an absolute legend. And the energy, the aura, he has an aura, all right? AJ Allmendinger has an aura about him. And with that being said, let me send it over to today's video sponsor, Aura. I don't have sponsors. AJ Allmendinger has an aura about him. And he just seems like such a fun dude. And whenever he wins, it's like his first career win. Like, he has respect for the racing, is what I'm trying to say. He has a lot of respect for racing and a lot of... in a strange way, he's very humbled in the way that his career began and ended. and was revived, and most people don't even realize that his ass was almost retired. He was only doing a part-time schedule of road courses for funsies. He was basically doing what Hornish was doing back when, like, he would just race Iowa and road courses. Except Allmendinger was like, yo, I'll just fucking build this organization from the ground up into what it is today. And he just fucking dabbed on them. Did way more to build the organization than Chastain ever did, that's for sure. Yeah, Allmendinger, I would say, is single-handedly responsible for all the success that colleague has had. He is an elite driver, possibly the best of this generation on road courses. And he is able to elevate an organization in that sense. Now, the problem for Allmendinger is that he never has been that great on other track types. He was never much for plate tracks. He had an uncanny ability at Dover for some reason. I do distinctly remember, if we'll throw it back for a second, to like 2012, he got the pole at Dover, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. Or I think it was actually, it might have been before that, because he was at Petty, right? Or did he get the pole? He ran good at Penske and for Petty at Dover. He had a very uncanny ability at that track that has never been referenced ever since his Cup career ended the first time, which is interesting. But anyway, yeah, no, so he beat a bunch of dickbags in Xfinity, and he's got an immense aura about him, and when he won at the Indy Road Course, I wished I was there. I went to the other race, which was, fucking, how about the winners at the Indy Road Course, ignoring the first one? How about that? Allmendinger and Michael fucking McDowell. That is just elite, but yeah. AJ's one of my favorites. I don't know if he's in the top 5. I probably should have had the PowerPoint up this whole time. I haven't referenced it once yet. What do we got? There it is. PowerPoint! You should probably be able to see the majority of this too, considering where the screen capture's at. Oh my goodness, there's PowerPoint. There's the definitely paid-for version of Microsoft PowerPoint 2010 on this Windows 10 computer. Yes, definitely. Boy, it is taking a minute and a half. Alright, so this is not up to date. Yeah, 16 is right there. Fifth place on the list. This is not up to date because we're missing like 3 numbers. But yeah, Allmendinger is a favorite of mine. And I look forward to his continued success. Last year was a bit painful. But yeah, it was bound to happen. He was untouchable on road courses for the better part of a decade. He was bound to have one bad year. So, yeah. Speaking of people that are difficult to explain, Chris Buescher. I don't know what it is about Chris Buescher, but like I just can't get behind him. I understand, like I said, I was a huge fan when he was winning the Xfinity Championship. But I just can't get behind him. I know by every metric I should be a fan is that he doesn't really come from money, and he had to prove himself in the Cup Series and whatnot, and he like bounced from team to team before finally going back to Roush and becoming a powerhouse driver. I just don't know what it is, but I just can't get behind it. Obviously, the first I heard of Chris Buescher was in the 2015 Xfinity Series. I know he was full-time in 2014 and actually won at Road America that year, but I didn't watch that race, obviously. The first I remember of Chris Buescher was when he was pushing Ryan Reed to the win in the 2015 Xfinity Daytona race. That's really the first that I ever recognized his existence, and from there it was just, oh yeah, he's good. He's good, he's better than Elliott, yay, go Buescher. Then he got to the Cup Series, and I liked him in the FRM 34. I did really like him in that car, just because front row was just so irrelevant its entire existence, and now he was like putting the car in the top 5 at Bristol. I was like, oh, that's pretty elite. I wish he didn't win Pocono. I wish Casey won that race, but that didn't happen, clearly. And then he did nothing for several years and was at JTG for a while, where he did also nothing in that team. Then he finally went back to Roush, and then he actually started doing things. He won at Bristol for a second career win. And I was like, okay, I would have rather Brad won that race. And then he had a great season where he won 3 races, all of which came at the expense of Truex. So I was like, okay, you can stop now. And yeah, he's kind of just existing now. He cost Truex the win at Sonoma last year. That was annoying. But yeah, if Chris Buescher wins a race, probably 75% chance I'm not mad about it. It's better than half of the goddamn Cup Series field. So yeah, I know that this isn't desperately that concise as far as why I have the opinion on Chris Buescher that I do, but like, let's just consult the PowerPoint. Let's just consult the PowerPoint. He's just in the midsection. I like him more than Blaney at this point, but I don't even like him as much as Kyle Busch apparently, so that really says a lot. Yeah. I don't know, dude. This video's kind of falling apart at the seams. We need to find some drivers that I actually have a strong opinion about. Yes, indeed. How about my new number 1 favorite driver? If we consult the PowerPoint at the very top of the list is indeed Chase Briscoe. Who, you know, that's the craziest thing. I don't know. I know that a lot of people like went to be fans of Elliott after being fans of Dale Jr. because they are literally just the trend riders to end all trend riders. I should probably cut that out, but it was pretty funny, honestly. Yeah, there were not a lot of people that were for Bowman, though, who immediately replaced Dale Jr., like, straight up. And was, like, Earnhardt's own chosen successor to the car. Not a lot of people went to Bowman. Like, and then when Gordon retired, everyone became a fucking fan of Elliott. There's so much crossover between those two fan bases. It's so obvious. Ugh. Anyway. But I doubt that very many people, after Truex retired, were like, okay, well, I guess I'll just pick whoever they replace. And it just happened to be Briscoe. I highly doubt that happened. Probably like 10% of Truex fans, at most, probably did that. But I was already a massive fan of Briscoe, and the Briscoe fandom is very interesting to follow the timeline. So the first I ever heard of Briscoe was in the 2016 ARCA series, if you could believe that. If you could believe that. 2016 ARCA is when I found out about Chase Briscoe, and I didn't really care for him back then because he was just in the best car in the field and winning constantly. So it wasn't desperately interesting, but like once he went to the Truck Series and was paired with Cindric, I was like, ugh. And yeah, that was pretty gross, pretty grotesque stuff right there. But I always enjoyed Briscoe because back then I was bored with Christopher Bell, and Briscoe was like his closest competition most weeks, so I was always like, come on Briscoe, beat his fucking ass into the dirt. And then he lost Charlotte or something because of the timing of the caution, and I was like, well, that's fucking stupid. But like, Briscoe did not do a whole lot in his truck season. He did win a race on talent, which is more than his teammate can say. But yeah, he had a much better season than Cindric, to no one's surprise. And he only had a part-time car for the next season, so like, I kind of stopped caring about Briscoe at that point. I mean, I still liked him whenever he was on the track, but he was barely ever getting starts. And what he did get was usually the fucking Roush 60, so it was always finishing in the 30s every week. But then occasionally he'd get the Biaggi 98 and actually like do decent, and I was like, well, that's good. And then he won the Roval, and I was like, wow, would you look at that? Briscoe continuing to outshine Cindric. I'm sure he will not be full-time next year, and Cindric will. Amazingly, they put Briscoe in the Biaggi 98, which I think was an official Stewart-Haas car at that point. And it was all just very interesting. He had a good season. He had an incredibly consistent season. He didn't really lead a lot of races, but he was like finishing top 5. They're not really top. He was running top 5, but finishing like 7th every week. He had just visceral consistency. He actually had more top 10s that season than his good season where he won 9 races. And let me tell you, I was enjoying that. Probably the only good thing about 2020 was how many races Briscoe won. and he should have won like 7 more. It was an unhinged season from Briscoe. It was really good, and it was very satisfying to see someone I like finally seeing success. But thankfully, the chase exists, so it doesn't actually matter about having a good season in that vein. So yeah. But I loved it. I liked it. I loved it. I wanted more of it. But unfortunately, the gravy train ran out because Briscoe went to the Cup Series, I believe in 2021, for his rookie season, where he did virtually nothing. He was very irrelevant. Was that the season that he wrecked Hamlin at the... Yeah. It was... Yeah. No. No. Yeah? At some point, he wrecked Hamlin in the lead at... Indy Road Course, and yeah, that was unfortunate. But the crazy thing about Briscoe is that he just dabbed on the field at Phoenix in 2022 and got his first win that day, and then he proceeded to do fuck all for like 2 years. Like, I know that Stewart-Haas was dying, but like, he was not relevant in the slightest. And that chase, he was actually like making things interesting by like taking 2 tires and doing pit strategy and stuff, and was in position to win a bunch of races. So, you know, that was always good to keep things interesting in the chase races, but he was so fucking irrelevant the rest of the season. 2023 was even worse. Absolute fucking misery. The only 2 times he was relevant, what? The Coke 600... And, like, was that it? It was brutal. Bad season. But he was still my number 2. Especially after Blaney started annoying me by being mid. And Briscoe was creeping up the list. He was already... I think he came into the series, like, 3rd in my favorite drivers list in the Cup Series. He came in as a rookie. And now he's in the 19... But he's still got James fucking Small as a crew chief, so he's basically guaranteed to do nothing. And he starts the season with negative 100 points because why not? Just some added challenge. It's like you start at the back of the field to try to win the race from the back and get the cash bonus. Well, he fucking starts the season at a 100-point disadvantage to everyone. Just for the fucking fun of it, you know. But Briscoe is still my favorite. Now, yeah, I was really hoping he'd win the Daytona 500, but now I'm realizing if he had won the Daytona 500, he would have gotten fucking DQ'd, which would have been, actually, for the sake of the series, that might have been a good thing, to have the Daytona 500 winner DQ'd, just to see what kind of ripple effect that would have in the series. That would have been actually a really good moment, even if it was at the expense of Briscoe. I would have been... You know, that's the craziest thing, is that I have had 2 Daytona 500 wins for my favorite drivers ripped away from me in the literal last second. Can you imagine that happening again, but like 3 days later? Boy, what a fucking moment in time that would have been. I might have actually ended it. I might have actually jumped off a fucking building if that happened. It would have been par for the course, though. Anyway, no reason to think about that. There's always next year. There's always next year for that to happen. Anyway, I don't know if I've really explained myself very well. This video kind of sucks, but I like Briscoe. Now, Christopher Bell, here's one. Remember when I said that someone I actively dislike doesn't really become one of my favorites? Christopher Bell exists. Now, when Bell entered the Truck Series, the first race I ever saw of him was fucking Eldora 2015, in which one of the greatest injustices in racing history happened, where Bobby Pierce was denied the win for the Mittler brothers in the most grassroots-ass moment in NASCAR history, if you don't count Norm Benning facing off against Clay Greenfield. But like, no, that's one of the biggest injustices in NASCAR history. It is up there with the 2007 Daytona 500. That was an absolute travesty, and we are in the worst possible timeline just because Bobby Pierce did not win that race. So I greatly dislike Christopher Bell for that. And then he proceeded in 2016 to be the definition of mid, even as a KBM driver. He won at Gateway, but that's only because like some wreck happened. But, like, I couldn't stand Bell. He was just there. And I didn't understand why everyone was calling him an elite talent because I wasn't watching his dirt stuff. And I was still a fan of Larson at that point. And I was like, oh, Larson does dirt racing. He's probably the best dirt racer ever and whatever. But, like, you know, and they were jacking off Bell and whatnot. And it's like, whatever. I don't care. And then 2017 happened, and Bell was just untouchable all season long. And I was like, bruh, can anyone else fucking win a race? And then Gregson won a race, and I was like, okay, I guess I'll shut the fuck up. Briscoe beat him at Homestead in the final race of the season. If Briscoe made the Final Four, that would have been his championship, which would have been funny. But then, something happened. A cataclysmic change. A seismic moment. An absolute unprecedented moment in Kamikaze Games history. I watched the Chili Bowl. And in the 2018 Chili Bowl, Christopher Bell outplayed Kyle Larson to win in the most absolute beautiful final couple of laps that I've ever seen. An absolute clinic. And then that was the moment that I realized, wait a minute, he's good. Wait a minute, this guy's good. It was my come to Jesus moment, just like in the 2014 California race with Larson, right? That was when I realized, wait a minute, Christopher Bell is really good. And also I was pissed off at him for wrecking Erik to win at Kansas in 2017. Fuck Kansas, by the way. But after that race, I was like, never mind. I take back, I'm pretty sure I tweeted, I take back everything I've ever said about Christopher Bell having no talent. I'm pretty sure that tweet is still up. Let's take a look. Let's consult this. I can't find it, but I know for a fact that that's what I said after that race. Anyway, yeah, so Bell became someone that I didn't hate, and then he started beating leeches in the 2018 Xfinity season. I think I've got my timeline down right. Okay, Bell is the truck champion, that's how we get to him. Yes. Or was it 2017 when he was winning a bunch? No, I'm right, I got my timeline down, yeah, and then he was beating a bunch of leeches in 2018. Annoyingly, he was the first driver I ever saw win an Xfinity race, which is fucking stupid. So, yeah. But yeah, Bell was really good in that series, and then he was really good again in the next season. And then he went to the Cup Series for Levine. The 95, if you'll remember that car existed. And he really didn't do much, and it's a shame that he entered the Cup Series when he did, because the cars were shit. It really did not match his driving style in the slightest. And then he fucking won the Daytona Road Course. Was that 2022? No, that was 2021. That was still in Gen 6. Yeah, he fucking won that race. And I'm still not sure how that happened. But fuck, dude. Yeah, he did that. And ever since then, he's won a bunch. He's actually got 10 career wins at this point on a bunch of different tracks. Look at this list of tracks. He's got a dirt race win. He's got a road course win. Short track, flat tracks, mile and a halves. It's a repertoire of results, man. It's crazy. And like, I have always liked Bell since he's made it to the Cup Series. I wish he would have won in the 95, but that never happened. That never materialized. But like, there's never really been an instance since Bell made it to Cup that I was annoyed by him. I'm sure he did something stupid, but like, he doesn't really do a lot of stupid things. He's just very low-key. He's incredibly smart. He's got a lot more control over everything, like, especially compared to Larson, who throws away wins because he drives the car too much. Bell, on the other hand, the only ever instance of that happening was the New Hampshire race where he wrecked a bunch. That was like the only time, and like, he's made the Final Four a bunch, but like didn't he have an engine failure in both races? Like, give me a break, dude. No, he had a bad pit stop that one season, and then the next season he had an engine failure, right? Or maybe the other way around. But like every time he makes the Final Four, he gets fucked, which is kind of stupid. Yeah. But yeah, Bell exists. I would rather a multitude of other drivers win instead of Bell. He was pretty high on the list. 2022, he's up pretty high. He's still up there. 2025, he's actually moved up, which is interesting. But yeah, so Bell, someone that I couldn't stand because he was the reason why one of the greatest injustices in NASCAR history happened in 2015. Straight up was annoyed by his existence, just in general, in so many other contexts. All it took was one chili bowl. All it took was one chili bowl, and boom. All it took was one chili bowl, and now he's one of them. Now apparently he's in my top 10. Do I have to talk about Barry? So he's been around for a long time. Can you believe that? He's been like making fucking NASCAR starts since like 2011. And every single time, horrible, awful, shitty. He was bad. He was so bad. He made truck starts in good trucks and did nothing. He made Xfinity starts for Junior Motorsports and did nothing. But like Dale Jr. kept trying to make the fucking experiment work until he forced it into happening on a full-time basis. Horrible. He had one good race and one Martinsville. Wow, what a fucking success. Completely ignore every other race that he just wrecks by himself or does something stupid in. He got one win on his best track in a car suited for short track racing. Wow, truly an accomplishment. Then he's full-time, then they're not even full-time the next season still. He's making fucking, because Annette's dying, he's making a bunch of starts, and then he goes into the track where it's at 100% equipment, as proven by Riley Herbst, and at this point, Raja Carruth. 100% equipment, Las Vegas, and wins after wrecking half the field. If you'll recall, he was the reason why a giant caution took out 5 of the best cars in the field, until there was no one left, and he was in the best car, and no one could touch him. What an accomplishment. Then he had a terrible season in Xfinity, where he did fuck all and was embarrassed by all of his teammates. He made the chase, which is more than Brandon fucking Jones can say, but he went on to do absolutely nothing and won 0 races that year. But thanks to a caution coming out at an opportune time at Richmond in the Cup Series when he was subbing for Elliott, which was a thing that was happening for some incomprehensible reason. I still can't believe they didn't put Sam Mayer in that. Like, was he ever a development driver? Was he ever a Chevy driver that was for development reasons? No, apparently. Apparently being a young driver with a lot of success means absolutely nothing, and you will not get to run cup races. Instead, this fucking dude, 10 years past fucking the expiration date, is gonna fucking get to drive the 9 car every single week. And he's gonna have a perfectly timed caution that gives him a second place finish. And everyone's like, oh, what an accomplishment. Oh yes, what an accomplishment. A perfectly timed caution where he could pit and get fresher tires than everyone else that had already pit and come out second and just sit there. Or didn't he come out with the lead and got fucking beat? I don't even remember. He did fuck all in that car. Then he went on to replace Kevin Harvick for whatever inexplicable goddamn reason. That should have just been the #1 sign that Tony Stewart was done with the series and was like, yeah, no, I'll just fucking leave. So he went on to do absolutely nothing there. He wasn't even that fucking good in the Bristol race where it was actually fun, where it was actually a good race. He was like, he got a couple laps led, but like didn't actually do anything, despite that literally being the exact type of race that he should excel at. He went on to do nothing. barely finished top 10 in that event. And then he did nothing for the rest of the season. And now he's on fucking Wood Brothers. And, which is just an embarrassment to the legacy of that entire team. He single-handedly destroyed 75 years of the legacy of that team in the fucking clash when he dumped Erik Jones from the lead, and everyone was like, wow, what a drive, great work wrecking the leader, wow, what an accomplishment. And then he had a bunch, and he was up front for, oh my goodness, he was up front in Atlanta because Penske was, had a streamlined organization and all the Penske cars were working with each other while no one else could get their own fucking heads out of their ass the entire race and mount a charge. So no one was trying to pass him, but he sat in the lead for a long time and literally no one tried to do anything. And then he wrecked like a dumb bitch on the final lap, which ruined the finish. Because he's stupid and terrible. And yeah. So now he's going to continue to destroy the legacy of Wood Brothers for the rest of this season and probably beyond. And I'm sure he's going to stay in the Cup Series because he's butt buddies with Dale Jr. and everyone fucking adores him for it, even though he's a dumb bitch that has absolutely no reason to be in the Cup Series. So yeah, you thought that was bad. Look who's next on the list. You see, the funny thing about Logano is that the first I ever heard of Logano was when I heard a certain someone remarking about how good he was, and he was the next legend of the series. Mark Martin, my favorite NASCAR driver of all time, was building up this guy. And when he got a full-time ride in 2009, I was like, damn, that's interesting. Someone that young racing in the Cup Series? When I was 18, what was I doing? I was doing my first year of college. That's what I was doing. I was still working at the grocery store for that summer before the ownership changed. And yeah, that's what I did when I was 18. I was making driving videos. Oh, I released an album when I was 18. That happened. Yeah, that happened. But I liked Logano in 2009. I thought it was neat. And when he won at New Hampshire because of rain, I was like, okay, good for you. What an accomplishment. Everyone's very impressed. I was like, sure. Cool. This is fine. This is fine. I'm alright with that. And then things took a turn for the South. He was very irrelevant in 2010. Keep in mind, I still wasn't really watching Xfinity at this point, so I didn't see him beat Ryan Truex at Dover, which would have been devastating. But, there was a wreck at Daytona in 2010 that Logano caused and ruined Mark's race. That would be the race that Stewart wrecked Busch coming to the line in the Burger King car. That car was hot, by the way. And then 2011, he did nothing, I believe. Yeah, he did virtually nothing. But like, that didn't mean that I didn't care. Like, he was completely fucking irrelevant, and it was like, whatever, you know. What year was it that he flipped a Dover? Wasn't that fucking 2009? I don't know, dude. Flipped a Dover. That was like the most significant thing he did in his career after his fluke fucking first win. And then, yeah. And then 2012 Pocono happened. And, yeah, I don't really need to go into detail on that one. I think it really speaks for itself. That you've got 30 lap fresher tires than the leader, and you have 10 laps to pass him, and you can't even fucking do that without wrecking him. Yeah. A lot of respect on display. What a fucking bitch. So then, he went on to get fired from Gibbs. Not after being involved in the Gordon versus Boyer nonsense at Phoenix. That was like the actual like biggest accomplishment of his career at that point, was being in that video package. And then, for some inexplicable reason, Penske decides to hire him when there was any number of drivers under the sun that could have gone into that car, like, such as Sam Hornish Jr., who fucking, like, revitalized his career and proved to both, not only himself, but everyone, that he belonged in NASCAR after his embarrassing tenure in the remains of the Jasper 77, now officially a Penske car. That he was absolutely no justification as to why he was even in that vehicle to begin with. He should have been racing in Xfinity the whole time. And then he goes down, drops down to the Busch Series, and has a respectable season against a field of leeches. I say respectable even though he lost the championship to Stenhouse, which is quite frankly embarrassing. But, like, at least Stenhouse won 6 races that season. You know, facing off against the leeches and all that. I don't know how many races So Hornish won that year, but he's 100% deserved a second chance in the Cup Series after that. But no, they don't hire him. They don't hire Justin Allgaier, who was a fucking development driver for Penske. Now, at this point, I didn't even know that he had left the Penske to be in Turner because fucking Verizon got fucked over by Nextel, etc., etc. Even though it was never a problem for the first, 5 seasons of Nextel being the thing, but once Sprint bottom out, all of a sudden Verizon being here is a problem. Just so conveniently happens that's the case. But, like, and then he fucking does nothing in 2013 except get a fuel mileage win at Michigan. Once again, can you believe who it was at the expense of? And yeah, so, and then he tried to, grievously injure Denny Hamlin. That happened. And meanwhile, he was pretty much being blown out of the water every week by Keselowski. And yeah, and then 2014 happened, and suddenly he's fucking amazing and winning all the fucking time, except all of the wins were garbage. What If does a better job of explaining why all those wins were garbage, because I can't even remember. In 2014, especially during the chase, I was fucking working every single Sunday, so any race that wasn't at night, I wasn't getting to see, so I don't have any idea what was happening to cause this garbage bullshit happening, but, like, So, I already hate Logano, right? He's second only to Jimmy Johnson. And then, the 2015 Daytona 500 happens, and they decide to wreck on the exit of turn 2, and they fucking call the fucking caution. Where the fuck was that this year? Where the fuck was that this year? So they didn't even give him a chance to fucking lose that race. So that was fucking stupid. So the worst driver in the fucking series gets a Daytona 500. How wonderful is that? And then he proceeds to do fuck all for the entirety of 2015 until he once again wins a garbage race at Watkins Glen. That's fuel mileage. Another fucking garbage fucking win. Another fucking garbage fucking fuel mileage win. And then fucking the chase starts and the field can't fucking do anything. He got the win at Charlotte. I don't even fucking know how that race went. Then he dumps Kenseth for the win at Kansas the next week. All of the people that were going like, oh, Cindric had to dump him because he needed to make the chase. I didn't see any of those people making fucking saying anything fucking different for that race 2 years prior. Fucking where's the excuse there? It's Kenseth with blocking to make it to the next round of the chase. But apparently it doesn't matter when it's Kenseth. It's justified when it's Kenseth, I see. And then one of the worst officiated races in NASCAR history, which is saying something. That's fucking saying something. Like, that is a statement and a half. One of the worst officiated races in NASCAR history happens at Talladega. And they fucking give Logano another win. Yep. Again. Another fucking victory for his bitch ass. But then, just like fleeting moments, like my entire life has been nothing but misery, getting kicked in the dick over and over and over and told to enjoy it. But Martinsville 2015 was one of the single greatest moments that I've ever watched in my entire life watching NASCAR. There was nothing more satisfying. Nothing. I cannot describe the feeling to this day. It is indescribable, the feeling that I had when I saw Kenseth destroy Logano at Martinsville. It was so much satisfaction. All the tension that I'd been building up in my soul ever since that fucking day in 2012 at Pocono. It was like for once in my life I was seen. It was for like once in my life Matt Kenseth channeled my very essence and did the exact thing that I wanted to see happen, and that just does not happen. These kind of things just don't happen. I never get what I want in racing. I never get what I want in life. You think I chose this fucking life? You think I chose to work in the hotel industry for 5 years after getting a fucking degree in something entirely different? You think I chose that? You think I enjoy living in North Dakota in this frozen fucking hellscape for my entire fucking life? You think I fucking wanted this? No, I'm playing with the cards that I've been fucking dealt. I've been out of shape my entire life. I've never looked in the mirror and actually been happy with the way that my fucking body looks. I've been playing with the fucking hand that I've been dealt for this entire life. But in that fucking moment, that single fleeting fucking moment of my life, it felt like everything that I'd endured from start to finish, from the very first race that I saw in my life to everything that happened building up to it, it felt like it was worth it. It felt like I was fucking seen and my needs were addressed. Like that, you know that meme of like the pyramid of like desires and stuff, and like the bedrock foundation being whatever the meme is? That was my bedrock. That was my bedrock moment. I lived and breathed every moment. I live and breathe every moment nearly a decade later to feel what I felt that day one more time. I have never felt so much satisfaction in a single moment. Now, unfortunately, Jeff Gordon had to win that race, so it wasn't a perfect outcome. If McMurray had won that race, that would have been iconic, but unfortunately, no. No, that was not how that went. And it was very sad indeed, but before that, that was it, dude. That was fucking it. That was fucking it. That was it. So hard. So much it. We're only in 2015, by the way. There is still a decade of things to discuss. Because 2016 happened, and Logano won a bunch of shit races that season, but went on to do fuck all in the final race. Actually, that's a lie. He went on to fucking dump Carl Edwards and fucking ruin the fucking finish. Like a dumb bitch. And I wish Carl Edwards kicked his fucking ass. It would have been deserved, but that did not happen. That did not happen. 2017 rolls around. He won the fucking Clash by doing nothing. And then won at Richmond in a cheated car where he did not lose the win. So officially on the record book, Logano won that race in a cheated car. So, yeah. Every other, cheated car failing inspection after that was stricken from the record. But, So now officially he has won a race every single season since 2012 because that race counts. So that's cool. It's not cool, in parentheses. But yeah, he missed the chase that season, which was very funny. But ultimately meant nothing because he fucking dumped Truex at Martinsville the next season after Truex worked him over for upwards of 20 laps to find a clean way around him. And then once he finally did, Logano just said, fuck you, backed out, and ran into him because he's a fucking bitch and has absolutely no racecraft to his fucking name whatsoever the fuck ever. And never has, and never will, because he's a fucking bitch. And of course, he went on to be rewarded for that by getting the championship thanks to Daniel Suarez, wrecking by himself for absolutely no reason, with Truex in the lead of that race with like 10 laps to go, and the championship fucking right in front of him. But you see, the thing is that Logano underestimated Truex's ability to take shit up the ass, to just get absolutely railed on a weekly basis, because Truex had every opportunity in the world to repay the favor after what happened at Martinsville. But he didn't, because Truex is not a fucking fag and doesn't race people like a fucking fag. Much to his detriment. It's probably cost him about 10 races over the years. But yeah, so Logano was rewarded for being a fucking retard. And then he went on to be rewarded for just existing. He did fuck all in 2019. 2020, I don't remember. He won that fucking bitch race in Las Vegas. I remember that. But, like, Logano's had no real wins ever since. Yeah. He only won Phoenix in 2022 because Blaney laid over and fucking blocked for him, despite having the best car in the field that day. And then the caution, there's some fucking stupid, I don't even remember what happened in 2024 last year in the final race. It was fucking stupid, is all I know. I legitimately don't even remember what happened, but it was fucking garbage. That's all I know. But, like, Logano, you see, the thing is, I say all this, and in a lot of ways, it feels like his success is directly an affront to me personally. It seems like that in a cosmic way. Because it has been 7 years, and people still bring up the damn war. Like, shut the fuck up. Truex beat him on the track at Homestead. The only reason he did not win that championship is because of Daniel Suarez. Logano had a car set up for the short run, and Truex didn't wreck him because he's not a fag. So I don't want to hear any fucking thing. Truex beat him. The only reason he lost is because of Suarez. Truex did everything right, and he raced like a fucking man. Which Logano can't say. Ever in any instance of his life. But I say all of these things, and Logano's existence is like a middle finger from God himself directly in my face at all times. And yet, he is not even my most hated driver. It's amazing, isn't it? Anyway, Logano can fucking die for all I care. Bubba Wallace. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. I don't have a very strong opinion about Bubba Wallace. The first that I ever heard of him was in the 2013 Truck Series. 2013 in the Truck Series was very bad. The reason it was very bad is because KBM won like all but 5 races. It was a horrible season. And every single time that I look I didn't watch a lot of the Truck Series in 2013. I watched like the last 3 races in a row, but like I don't actually remember like the vast majority of the Truck Series season in 2013. All I know is that I had a Twitter account by this point, and I'd see who won, and it was always a KBM truck. It was either Bubba Wallace, Kyle Busch, or Erik Jones. And at that point, I didn't even know what Bubba Wallace or Erik Jones looked like. So to me, it was just the 51 truck. Whoever was in the 51 truck just automatically won the truck race. I had absolutely no nuance or anything beyond that. Like, for all I was concerned, it may as well have been just the same driver winning all these races in this truck. Now, that's actually not true, because I believe Bubba Wallace was full-time in the 54 as opposed to the 51 in 2013. Or maybe he was full-time in 2014. I actually don't remember. I did not watch a lot of the Truck Series in 2014. I'm going to be honest. I should have, though. I should have done that, but I didn't. But yeah, it may have well have been the same driver winning every single race. So, I was like, who cares whenever Bubba Wallace won a truck race? Especially because it was KBM. Basically, in the mid-2010s, from like 2013 to 2017, KBM drivers, I just flat hated all of them. Because, like I said back then, a monkey could win in those trucks. Like, they were so vastly overpowered, and I didn't even know that Rudy Fugle was with the team at that point, and he was just one of the best pit crew chiefs in Truck Series history, and he just so happened to be on the team with the most overpowered trucks. But I don't think he ever worked with Bubba unless it was in the 51 truck at some point. But yeah, so it wasn't until 2015 that Bubba Wallace went to the 6, and he started actually going by Bubba Wallace instead of Darrell Wallace Jr., that I was starting to actually come around to him. Like, I didn't even know he was black until they started doing the Bubba and Blaney stuff. Like, they started having those segments. And, like, even just at a glance, like, Bubba's not that dark. Like, it's obvious he's a colored individual. This is not easy to talk about. It's obvious that he is of African descent, but, like, at a glance, you wouldn't even be, like, fucking, you couldn't even be wrong for not even, like, assuming it. And then if you're someone like me who doesn't give a fuck about race, doesn't give a fuck about whatever color someone is, like, you fucking hear about all this racial bullshit, and it's like, I don't even know. I didn't even know he was black for the longest time. I just thought of how good he was at driving, and to be fair, it wasn't that desperately great. He was all right in 2015. He never matched the ability of Chris Buescher during his championship run in 2015, but he was fine. You know, he was fine for a rookie driver, like a true rookie who only had like 5 Xfinity starts prior. You put him up against Chris Buescher, who's got the, you know, weight of the organization behind him trying to get him a championship. Of course he's going to pale in comparison to the guy who's already had a full season under his belt and then some, you know? So, like, the only real problem is when Bubba started to, when the team started to, you know, backslide, and the cars were starting to get really bad. Like, they were already going away in the Cups. They had already been gone in the Cup Series, and now the trickle-down effect was affecting the Xfinity teams. And Bubba was leading at the 2016 Mid-Ohio Challenge, which is still my favorite race of all time. Very, 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 very close to the 2024 Spring Bristol race. But that fucking race, where they discovered that where like Hamlin should have been disqualified and Truex should have been given the win, but they didn't realize that until like half a year later, but then they didn't do anything because it would have benefited Truex. Blah, 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 blah. That race just annoys me. But like the 2016 Mid-Ohio Challenge is perfect from start to finish, unless you consider the fact that the first like 10 laps were preempted by fucking preliminary Olympics basketball for two countries that probably don't even exist anymore. Garbage. Who cares? Get this shit off my screen. But yeah, that race was great. Otherwise, and Bubba was in the lead before like going off the track and beaching himself, which was kind of funny. But like Bubba did nothing in 2016 and 2017 for that matter. I think it was 2017 when like the team the 6 team died from sponsorship, and then he went and ran a truck race at Michigan and won that truck race and pretty much saved his career. And then he started running races for Aric Almirola, who broke his back from the wreck at Kansas. I think that was 2017. Because by the time 2018 rolled around, he was already full-time for Petty, because Almirola went to the 10. And Bubba drove to the lead at Bristol. Now, thinking back on that, how much of that was the leader saving tires? I don't know. But he still managed to drive up and take the lead in the fucking Petty 43 at Bristol. And at this point, he still had, like, everyone on his side because he wasn't, like, race baiting people, which was really nice. But, like, occasionally on Twitter, he'd say something about being black, and it's like, okay, I understand. Well, I don't understand because I'm not black. So I don't understand what it's like to be a black race car driver, obviously. But, like, at the same time, no one else is bringing it up. No one else is bringing it up. You wouldn't even know. Because, like, they did bring it up on the broadcast. I didn't even know until, like, 2015. He raced that Wendell Scott truck in Martinsville and won. But, like, I didn't even watch that race. I didn't even know that race happened. They didn't even have video packages for that, even when he was full-time in Xfinity as a rookie and actually, like, doing shit. Like, no one talked about the fact that he was black. No one cared that he was black. They cared that if he was a good race car driver or not. But then 2020 happened, and they fucking found a garage pole in the fucking garage, and there was a media fucking spectacle, and they called in the FBI, and some losers on 4chan found a video from the previous year where it was found that that garage pole was already there. So it was all bullshit, but like, and you see the thing is that there was no way for Bubba Wallace to know that that was the case. I don't blame, I have never blamed Bubba Wallace for the media bullshit that came from that moment. The problem, the reason that I'm mad at him for leaning into it is because he went on CNN without having all the information and started bloviating about being discriminated. That segment is 5 years ago at this point. And I don't even remember what was actually said in that segment, but like, he went into that interview without enough information, and CNN of course played into the angle because this was peak George Floyd. This was when race relations were at their worst point, like, ever. And, you know, it was bad. It was bad. Social media was overblowing race relations left and right. And there were bad people on both sides, registered trademark, on both sides trying to stoke a race war. And it broke out. Don't you worry about that. We had the sun. It's not called the summer of love for nothing. But like, he went on to that and got egged on by CNN to overblow it without having all the information. Like, really what he should have done was show up. I don't even think he should have done the interview. I really don't think he should have done the interview, period. But he should not have been making any declarative statements without all the facts. And the FBI was in the process of investigating. If anything, even if it did turn out to actually be a hate crime, it may have compromised the entire investigation just by him going on that fucking show. It was one of the worst decisions, one of the worst PR decisions that I've ever seen in my life was going on that interview. But like, he leaned into it, and it obviously got him attention. It obviously got him brownie points. It got him some sponsors, etc., etc. But it sullied him in the eyes of some non-racist fans. Now, yes, when everything kicked off and people started picking sides, of course, actual racists were being racist against Bubba Wallace. Of course, that's a thing that happened. To deny that would be to deny reality. But you have to admit, he could have gone about it better. Especially with, like, the investigation happening during that fucking interview. But, like, he still plays into it to this day on Twitter. And he still, it's like it's 2015. It's like it's 2015 university, like, Sargon of Akkad shit, you know? Like, he still plays to this shit like it's common zeitgeist. But, like, it's just frustrating. And it's frustrating that his entire career has to be, like, scrutinized as a result. And the problem for Bubba Wallace is that, I'm just going to say it, he's not that good. He's serviceable. I've always thought that he is a Paul Menard level driver. If anything, probably better, because at least he actually did shit in the Truck Series. Like, Bubba Wallace in the Truck Series? Great. Sure, he was on KBM the majority of the time, but he went into the 99 truck, which just kind of existed, just popped into existence with, like, decent B-level equipment, and he just jumped into it, and in his first truck race in, like, 3 years, he dabbed on the field at Michigan. And sure, Michigan and trucks is a plate race, but still, that's an accomplishment. And all the races that he did win in the Truck Series were fine. Sure, it was in the overpowered KBM trucks, but still, winning a race is winning a race. He still had to beat the other KBM trucks. Like, Bubba Wallace was really good in trucks. Then he made the move to Xfinity, and he's never really been in a good Xfinity car. But that being said, his teammate won the championship in 2015. And Ryan Reed won a couple of races, like, I mean, they were plate races, but, like, you know. But once he made it to the Cup Series, he really hasn't done anything of significant value. He got a rain-shortened win at Talladega. Okay. Then he got the win at Kansas, using the crew that got the win earlier in the season, and 23XI was just overpowered at Kansas for some reason. I believe those are his only 2 wins. I believe those are his only 2 wins in all of NASCAR. That's it. What year was that? 21? Yes. Those are all of his wins. Yep. And, like, there was one year where he was, like, close to winning at Texas but threw it away. And then last season, he actually had a better average finish than the prior season, but he still missed the chase. 139 laps led total. Like, look at this. Like this, 23XI is a top-level organization. They're a top-level organization that put a car in the Final Four last year, and Kurt Busch was, like, working on a fucking amazing season until he nearly died. Like, he had an average finish of, like, 11 in a series where, like, the best other average finish, like, in the field was, like, 14. Like, Kurt was killing it in that car until he started taking a bunch of hits to the head. like I just don't know if I don't think Bubba Wallace has ever been a cup level driver. He really needed a season in a good car in Xfinity. And for that matter, he doesn't get any, like, Leech races. He's had 3 Leech races since making it to the Cup Series. And I guess he's run some truck races, too. But, like, look at this. Like, what is this? And they came at road courses. Like, come on, dude. So, yeah, all of that being said, he's ahead of Kyle Busch, but under John Hunter Nemechek. I guess. So, like, I don't dislike Bubba Wallace, but, like, I would, and for that matter, I would really like it if he'd, like, win the championship and go on, like, a 10-race winning streak, considering who his teammates are. I would fucking love that to happen, but it hasn't. It hasn't. He has been terrible. Meanwhile, his fucking teammates out winning the fucking regular season championship and getting the most points in the fucking series. Have an unbelievable fucking shut the fuck up. Next on the list is William Byron. Now, here's another dude that is interesting. The first that I ever remember of William Byron was at the end of 2015 when he ran Homestead Trucks and wrecked. And I was like, oh, it's another fucking KBM driver that's gonna wreck every week. Great, more of this. But yeah, that did not last long because he got his first win very fast. It was Kansas after dumb fuck Rhodes took himself out and Sauter, which was just such a summation of that dude. There's just absolutely no justification for being in the sport, but yeah, but like that was his first career win, and I was surprised that it led to him absolutely popping off and just winning constantly, and I was like, damn, bro. I was kind of annoyed by it in ways, but like I was like, oh, it could be worse. There's a lot of garbage in this series this year. But it was he had fucking 6 wins going into Phoenix and blew an engine for his only engine failure in his entire Truck Series career. Came at the absolute perfect time to fuck him over, and he did not make the Final Four, where they went into Homestead and he won the fucking race in Homestead for his 7th truck win of the season, I believe. Yes, that was his 7th truck win of the season, and I'm pretty sure that the most in a season was Mike Skinner in '95, back when there were 3 competitive trucks every week. So, all that being said, he has one of the most electric seasons in Truck Series history and doesn't even get a chance to compete for the championship in a format that's supposed to reward wins. Yes. In case you forgot, the truck chase should not exist and never should have existed ever, even once. What a farce. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I thought it was funny. That's just me, though. I thought it was funny how he did not get even the opportunity to race for that championship. I thought that was actually the funniest shit. But then he went to Xfinity, and I really didn't care for him that much. It wasn't until Michigan in 2017 where one of the most famous moments on this channel happened, and Byron got fucked over because Matt tiffed. And I really wasn't a fucking super fan of William Byron at that point. I was just like, damn, I hope he wins. And then, like, literally the next race, there was some fucked up shit that happened. that resulted in only like 5 cars on the lead lap, and it was all underfunded teams except for Byron, who literally just walked to a win because there were no other competitive cars on the lead lap. It was like Ryan Sieg, Tommy Joe Martins was fucking got like a top fucking 5 in that race. It was like all of BJ McLeod Racing was on the lead lap. It was quite the finish. Quite the finish to that race. But yeah, from there, he just kind of existed. And when he won the championship, I was annoyed, because that was like, it basically guaranteed that Allgaier would never go back to the Cup Series. And then once Byron got to the Cup Series, I was like, whatever. In 2018, he kind of just existed. 2019, he also kind of just existed. Was it 2020 when he got his first win at Daytona? I did not watch that race. I was watching short track stuff. But I had a free couple of months of Sirius XM, because that's right when I bought my fucking charger. So yes, that was 2020. I had free Sirius XM, so I listened to the post-race discussion on Sirius NASCAR. I remember that. Then he proceeded to do very little. And then Rudy Fugle joined the team, and that was a seismic moment in NASCAR history. He went on to win, 6 races that one year? No, it was more like 4. But the point that I'm trying to make is that was a lot. And ever since then, he's kind of just existed. He's existed in the way that he's not the top driver at Hendrick. He's always going to be in Larson's shadow. Even if Byron has a higher ceiling, he has a higher ceiling than Chase Elliott. I've been saying that since at least 2019. And, but I don't think he could match Larson, unfortunately. He's got Rudy Fugle, which is enough to elevate Byron to Larson's level. It's just he does not have the same raw ability of Larson, and yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't think Byron is ever going to take that next step into being a championship level 6 wins a season driver until Larson is dealt with, or if he goes to a different team. But I wouldn't want Byron to go to a different team, because then that would not guarantee he could keep Rudy Fugle. And that's kind of the most important thing at this point, is having someone who is knowledgeable enough about these cars and is able to elevate an organization. That's almost as important as being a good driver in this Gen 7 car. So, yeah. So Byron is definitely one of my favorites. I don't know if I got that across. Whenever he wins, it's like, well, it could have been anyone else on Hendrick, so at least it was Byron. But like, fucking every single time that Byron wins, the first fucking person they put on the screen is Jeff Gordon, and that reminds me, oh yeah, Byron never is going to get to have his own legacy. He's always going to be in the shadow of Gordon. And it's like, great. That's great. It's really cool. It's really cool. But yeah, him winning the Daytona 500, both of those races were shit. The 2023 was horrendous. The race was over, like, that was like the shortest Daytona 500 that was not rained out of all time. Because the race was over before, like 15 feet after they took the white. That's fucking horrendous. Then 2024 happens, and it's just a mess. At least they let that race finish. Not that it mattered. But yeah, no, at least he made a move. At least Byron was the reason that he won the race, and not Chastain in 2025. Sorry, 2024 was last year, 2025 is this year. So, last season, 2024, Chastain was the reason that he won. But in 2025, Byron was the reason Byron won. So I guess at least we get some karmic justice out of that. But yeah, 2-time Daytona 500 winner William Byron is definitely not the reality that I assumed we'd be living in 2 years ago. But you know how it goes. But yeah. I'm okay with Byron. If he beats every other one, if he is the winner and not other Hendrick drivers, then good. Todd Gilliland. We are officially halfway through the list, by the way. We are officially halfway there. We'll take the halftime break to thank the channel members, I guess. While that loads, Todd Gilliland. I really have no strong opinions on Todd Gilliland. The first that I heard of Todd Gilliland was like, what was that? What fucking year was that? Shit, I don't actually know. Was that 2016 when he was racing in K&N East? The only reason that I knew about East and West was because of the existence of Todd Gilliland, who was like breaking records. And he was in the overpowered Napa 16, which, you know, whatever. But that's not fucking... Oh my god, dude. Yep, look at this. Look at this. Oh, wow. Great job loading. He was crazy. And then his first ever truck race was in the KBM 46, which is an awesome, awesome number. He needs to bring the... Oh, yeah. KBM doesn't exist anymore. Well, I guess he's not going to be able to bring that number back. But yeah, that was a good car, but it was like Dover and he like died immediately. It was pretty fucked up, honestly. Are you gonna load this at some point? So, yeah, but like, then he went full-time with KBM and he kind of just existed. He was extremely irrelevant. I've got a friend on here that has been a fan of Todd Gilliland from the beginning. And, so I've always been like, yeah, he's fine, hope he does good. But I never really gave a shit. His only win came at Martinsville in trucks. Well, actually, that's a lie. He fucking went to Front Row Motorsports. His only win at KBM in trucks came at Martinsville when Harrison Burton sacrificed himself to be able to make sure that he'd win. And that was a good bro moment, to say the least. But then he went to Front Row Motorsports, who decided to open up a truck team. Which is cool that still exists, and it wasn't just a one-off thing for the sake of David Gilliland to have his son in the series, you know. So I'm glad about that. I am glad about that. Just his existence means that Front Row has a truck team, you know. That's an acceptable reason to exist, I suppose. But yeah, I just got no strong opinions. He skipped Xfinity to go straight to Cup. Which, you know, apparently is an acceptable thing these days because fucking the trucks are more similar to Cup cars or something. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Thank you to TJ Arnold, Adam Peel, Vapor Life, JD Land, Alex Johanning, Chris T, Mutant Turkey, Angry Irishman, Somebody 32, Simon Maynard, Carolina Cowboy, and NASCAR 48, who just became a Mega Appreciator. Thank you all for being Mega Appreciators. I mega appreciate your mega appreciation. It's just seeing that list grow every single time is crazy, and it's crazy that people were willing to support this channel as much as they do, despite the fact that I basically don't upload anymore and I stream once a week and don't even have fun doing that. So it's like it's insane to have this level of support. So thank you for that. But Todd Gilliland in the truck series was just kind of an exercise in futility. He never advanced in the chase. He always would lead a lot of laps but never win, is basically his MO. And now that he's in the Cup Series, he's done virtually nothing. He is now the lead driver at Front Row Motorsports, which is an absolute statement to say the least. What is this, his third year in Cup? Good Lord. I can't believe it's just like David. Just like David, like he has stuck around this long. And I mean, Todd is definitely better than David. He's contended for more wins than David Gilliland ever did in his life. That's for sure. But like, the fact that he's basically had the exact same career trajectory, it's kind of insane. It is kind of insane. I know that's not a lot on Todd Gilliland. And most of this section was just me trying to get the members to display. But at the same time, like, what is there really even to say about Todd Gilliland? It's like, I've got no opinion. He's done nothing. but disappoint. He won the fucking final Knoxville truck race as a leech. Like, what? Why is he in the Cup Series? Why is he in the Cup Series? The next driver on the list is Riley Herbst. Terrible Herbst. The fucking man on the fucking mission to be the most mediocre driver in NASCAR history. He is in the Cup Series now for fucking ungoddamn believable reason. Why? Could you imagine if he does better than Bubba Wallace this year? I might actually delete my fucking channel if Herbst finishes ahead of Bubba Wallace in points. I am so fucking sick of this guy. How has he been around this long? It has been 8 years of putting up with this bitch. 2017 ARCA is when I first heard of this guy. Yeah. 2017 ARCA, when he was for the Gibbs ARCA team that still exists. Still exists, the Gibbs ARCA team. At least he was full-time and not a leech. And not just some fucking 16-year-old that runs just the fucking short tracks, but doesn't do anything else, I guess. The crazy thing about Riley Herbst is that it looked like he might have some follicle of ability in his rookie season in ARCA, because he won at Pocono, and none of this is to say anything, because a Gibbs ARCA team does not need to exist when you're going up against fucking Fast Track and Alex Club Racing and Brad Smith. Joe Gibbs Racing does not need to be in this series. So they have a cup level organization in a grassroots level series in a fucking Grandpa Con Nicolopoulos building cars in his backyard on his days off. You know, Joe Gibbs Racing in that series, so automatically best car in the field by far. And all he was able to do was win one race at Pocono and was kind of just mediocre everywhere else. But then all of a sudden he's running trucks. I saw him race at fucking Phoenix when I went in 2018. All of a sudden he's racing trucks. All of a sudden he's racing Xfinity and doing fuck all in those races. He spent the better part of a decade doing absolutely nothing. Failing to win in ARCA. In the Gibbs car. He ran so many ARCA races in an ungodly overpowered car, and he did nothing until Michigan. In what year was that? 2021? Something like that. He finally got another win. How many fucking drivers have more wins than Riley fucking Herbst in the ARCA series? He ran 52 ARCA races, all for Gibbs. And he won 2. He peaked in his rookie season where he led 203 laps. 52 starts. Look at this. Look at these fucking races. Look at these results. This is the best car in the field by far. Not even fucking close. Look at this. Look at this. Are you kidding? So, yeah, that's the thing. And then he went to trucks and did nothing. He has not run a full season in trucks, by the way. He's only run like fucking 10 races there, but he did absolutely nothing in those races. Then he went to Xfinity, where he proceeded to do absolutely nothing for years. But he still kept coming back. And then they went to Vegas in whatever year that was, 23. Only his 6th season in fucking stock car racing. And they went to Vegas late in the season. And Vegas, as we all know, as was proven by this race, is 100% equipment. 1,010% equipment. As we have seen, as has been proven time and time again. And he won by like 14 seconds because nothing matters. Like 14 seconds? Come on. Come on. You're telling me that the guy that could win 2 races in 51 starts for Gibbs in ARCA. I'm pretty sure Sawalich won his first like 5 races in a row for Gibbs. And he's not even good. I'm not saying Herbst is, though. But you're going to tell me that this dude who did nothing for 6 fucking years is just all of a sudden going to win by 14 seconds when he couldn't even fucking drive in a straight line for the vast majority of the season. No. So that was the biggest fraud event in NASCAR history. More so than fucking Phoenix 2020. Biggest fraud moment in NASCAR history. There is no way, no fucking goddamn chance that that was actually kosher. And then 2024 happens and he fucking failed to advance out of round 1 in the chase again after Aric Almirola decided he did not want to win at Indianapolis. And then Justin Allgaier, trying to not get dumped for a championship, literally lets him go by because he 100% would have dumped Allgaier to win that race. Y'all talk so much shit about Carson Hocevar dumping Heim. I still hear people talk shit about Hemrick moving Austin Cindric for the win in the 2021 Phoenix race. And yeah, he hit him. Yeah, he hit him. Fair enough. But I still see people talk shit about that as if he did some kind of fucking sin against humanity. The Herbst was 100% going to dump Allgaier for that win, despite him not even advancing out of the first round of the chase. So Allgaier intelligently decides to literally let him win the race. So, yeah, basically. He was allowed to win that race, and then he went into the fucking post-race thing and talked a lot of shit about being allowed, literally gift-wrap-handed the win. He talked a lot of shit in that fucking post-race interview. He talks a whole lot of shit. Herbst talks a whole lot of shit for someone who won 2 races in 51 starts in the Joe Gibbs Racing ARCA car. He talks a lot of fucking shit for someone who had 0 wins in the first 6 years of his stock car racing, his professional stock car racing career. He talks an immense amount of shit for someone who should never have gotten out of ARCA. He talks so much fucking shit. Like, what one win on a pure equipment track does to a motherfucker. So yeah, I look forward to Herbst somehow being better than Bubba Wallace this year. Can I be 100% clear when I say that if Bubba Wallace made the Final Four, I would probably be cheering for him, especially given the state of the Cup Series. If Bubba Wallace somehow managed to make the Final Four, I would be like in his corner 100% of the time. I hope he leads every single lap. Can I just be 100% clear about that when I say that he's probably going to finish behind Herbst in points this year? Because nothing matters. By every metric, Herbst will fail to get a single top 10 this season. But we all know how this shit goes. Anyway, Herbst is awful. I fucking despise his existence. I've said it before that I was thinking of ironically liking him like I did Annette and everyone else. That sucks and is purely there for money. Annette? Who else? Is that the only one that I like who is 100% Nepo kid type shit? I guess it is. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Zane Smith. For as much of a nothing driver as he is, I shockingly have a strange history with Zane Smith. The first that I remember of Zane Smith, I believe, is NASCAR Heat 2. Because he was racing in Orca that year in the 41. And he was the last defense against Joe Graf winning an Orca race. Because after Graf wrecked the entire field at Talladega and lost in a photo finish to Zane Smith, I believe, in that race, they went to IRP, I think it was. And Chandler dominated that race. Graf dumped him with like 2 to go, setting up a green-white checkered. Zane Smith outdrove Graf on the restart, and then Graf dumped Zane Smith. That was that. Then Zane Smith went to trucks for GMS, and I was like, who cares? Brett's on this team. I hope he wins. Brett did not win the entire season. Then Zane Smith was openly a Trump supporter on Instagram, and I was like, okay, I admire the balls on this guy. And then I kind of liked him for a couple of weeks. And then something happened, and I stopped liking him. I don't even remember what it was, but I stopped liking him. Then he went to Front Row Motorsports. And that was the year that Chandler came into the series. And every single opportunity, Zane Smith beat Chandler Smith. And I was like, well, this fucking sucks. And then Rhodes had to ruin the finish of the 2022 championship race. Because it should have been Smith versus Smith in a season boiling down from, that was them from the start, and it was them because that was the first race that happened, is that Chandler, I think, beat Zane at Las Vegas. It was like a Smith 1-2, and then Zane failed inspection. There's no relation between Chandler and Zane Smith, by the way. But, yeah, so it was going to be them versus each other in the final race of the season, but fucking bitch-ass Rhodes had to fucking be in the fucking way of that, so we didn't even get to see who was actually better in that fucking instance. No, Rhodes had to fuck it all up, so that was fucking trash. Then Zane Smith came back for another season of trucks, I guess, and just kind of existed, and I think he missed the Final Four, which was funny. But yeah. It's just, I don't give a fuck about Zane Smith. He's in the Cup Series now, I guess. He was at Spire last year and, finished second at whatever fucking track the stupid infinite restarts happened. Just to go to prove how much of a real race that was. And then fucking, I don't know, dude. I'm so tired, dude. I'm so tired. Zane Smith, I don't give a fuck about. He is so goddamn irrelevant. He's on Front Row Motorsports again, I guess. Whatever. Who cares? He will probably do absolutely nothing for, all season, and then he'll probably win a fucking plate race and be in the chase, and then we can all say, Cup Series winner Zane Smith. Yeah, fuck off. Next is Cole Custer. I'm sorry, by the way. If you have a favorite driver on this list and I have said virtually nothing, I apologize. Cole Custer! The first that I ever seen of Cole Custer was in 2015 when he won a truck race at age 15. or something. He was like fucking extremely young and should not have been in the series, but like he won at Gateway, I guess, in an overpowered truck. I guess, I don't know. And that was when Junior Motorsports had a truck team specifically for Cole Custer and no one else. Like, there was no reason for that to even be a Junior Motorsports truck. It should have just been Stewart Haas. Or just Haas, you know? Like, there was no reason for it. Like, was it even fielded out of the Junior Motorsports shop? I don't even think it was. I guess Casey Kane got to drive the truck, and he beat Erik to the win at Charlotte, which was annoying because it was a fucking leech. But yeah. What was I talking? Cole Custer, 2015 Gateway, he won that. And I never really cared about Custer. I thought it was stupid that he was racing. And I wasn't, because I wished I was racing my whole life. And here's this guy who's barely got peach fuzz on his face winning truck races. That must be nice. But then he proceeded to do absolutely nothing for several years. The most notable thing that he did in 2016 was lose to John Hunter Nemechek at Canadian Tire. I think people are still mad at John Hunter Nemechek about that finish, even though it was one of the most entertaining finishes to a race ever. Like, fuck Atlanta last season. Fuck Atlanta this season, for that matter. Fuck Atlanta. Atlanta is a terrible track. But, like, fuck these green, white, checkered, overproduced finishes. No, that was like the entire last run of the race. Like, after the caution clock ticked away for the last time, they had an actual run all the way to the fucking finish, and that's how it ended. Like, that was some of the most, like pure racing, like, ever. And what a great fucking finish, dude. Like, are you kidding me? Fucking side by side in the dirt. That was so good. That was so fucking good. What a great fucking race. But everyone hated Nemechek for that, and I was like, that was the greatest finish I've ever seen. Are you kidding me? This is the same season that had the Mid-Ohio Challenge. God, 2016 was so fucking peak. If only they didn't have the stupid-ass chases in every series. It would have been so fucking peak. Oh, what a season. What a great season. What a great season of racing. 2016, man. Like, as I was living it, I knew it was great. But, like, looking back on it, it's even better. Even better than I remember. To Cole Custer, then he went to the Xfinity Series, where he did nothing all season long, and then was, once again, another randomly overpowered Stewart Haas car, where he just won by several seconds at Homestead, and if he had finished one position better in any of the three previous races, Cole Custer would have been the 2017 Xfinity champion. So that's nifty thrifty. That just goes to show how fucking arbitrary all of this shit is. Like, how little any of this actually fucking matters. The championship means absolutely fucking nothing in any series. Nothing means anything. NASCAR is such a fucking farce. Anyway, I've never liked Cole Custer. I guess is the point that I'm trying to make. I have never liked Cole Custer. He had a good season in 2018, where he, was it 2018 where he won a bunch? Or, no? It was 2019 where he got like 7 fucking wins or some absolutely insane shit. Like, that didn't make any sense. Like, like, where did that come from? And then he got to the Cup Series and won at Kentucky as a rookie. I was mad because Truex could have won that race. But it was also really stupid, and that's, like, still, like, the only one of 2 top 5s that Cole Custer has ever gotten in the Cup Series. But after that, he proceeded to be utterly irrelevant. And then he went back to Xfinity and got a garbage championship in that. It's like, okay. Okay. And then the next season, he proceeded to do nothing. Made the Final Four again with, like, 1 win. And then did not win the championship, but I did not see it happen, so I don't know how it happened. Yeah. I am so tired. I can't believe I'm still making this video. Yeah, Cole Custer. I just don't like him. I've never liked Cole Custer. He's never had a good aura to him. He's like the exact opposite of AJ Allmendinger. He's only ever had negative vibes. He's so fat. He's the definition of nepotism, etc., etc. But, like, isn't everyone in this fucking sport at this point? He's back in the Cup Series, I guess. We'll have to see how Haas performs at non-plate tracks, but I highly doubt that Cole Custer suddenly figured out how to race in the Cup Series all of a sudden. He's the reason that the big one happened at the end of the Daytona 500. Whatever. Who cares? He's just boring. He's so boring. He's so fat and boring, but he is not as fat as Austin Hill. So, he doesn't even come first in that sense. Am I still making this video? John Hunter Nemechek. John Hunter Nemechek. Like I said, great moment in 2016. The first that I ever heard of John Hunter Nemechek was in 2015. He was racing short tracks, and Joe Nemechek was racing big tracks, and Joe was like close to a couple of wins. And I was like, yo, that'd be so sick if Joe Nemechek would just randomly win a truck race in 2015. It did not happen, devastatingly. But on the opposite end of the spectrum, I've always liked John Hunter Nemechek. I've always liked the blank number 8 car truck. I always appreciated that. It was so good. Fire Alarm Services is a good sponsor and all, but the blank 8 black truck, oh, so now that, when you want to talk about aura, yeah. But I always liked him, and I was hoping I could see his first career win, but I missed it because I was fucking doing college goddamn pep band in 2015. I missed so many truck races that season. I missed so much. So much I missed during the peak years. 2015 trucks, peak. 2016, everything, peak. But anyway, yeah. But, like, I liked him in 2015, and then the thing about Nemechek is that when he was racing full-time in trucks, he was always very low-key. Like, the craziest shit about Nemechek is that whenever the chase started, all of a sudden, he's up front in these races, looking to try to advance to the Final Four after being irrelevant all season long. And it's like, where has this been all season? That happened in 16 and 17. Crazy shit, dude. And then he ran out of money and was part-time in 2018 when he won at Kansas in Xfinity. Now, his only competition was Daniel Hemrick, so that's not desperately impressive, because half the field fucking died on the start. But you know, it was a nice thought. But yeah, then he was full-time in 2019 for GMS and did nothing. Like, literally nothing. He led like 4 laps all season. He was utterly irrelevant that year. That was a sad time. But even despite that, he gets called up to the Cup Series for Front Row Motorsports, and it's like, what? Like, Joe Nemechek's last Cup race came for Front Row, I'm pretty sure, in the 34, when Busch was injured and Reagan went to the 18, which was just a fucking moment in time. By the way, that was a moment in time. That entire period, like David Reagan for Joe Gibbs Racing. Just fucking just stop and think for a second that happened. And it happened for quite a while. But yeah, like, I don't know, dude. It's crazy. It is honestly crazy. But anyway. Yeah, and then he went to the Cup Series, and I still liked him, obviously, but, like, he was just irrelevant. And, like, everyone says that he was, like, a loose cannon in the Cup Series and wrecking every week. He wrecked, like, 4 times. Like, it wasn't even that bad, dude. Then in 2021, he went back down to the Truck Series for KBM, and this is kind of when I fell off the bandwagon. Because it's just the craziest thing is that when you get hired by KBM, all of a sudden, I hate you. And this was true. this was true for John Hunter Nemechek. I was like really sick of him. Because first of all, he still couldn't close despite being in an overpowered truck. I think Rudy Fugle was gone by this point, but at the same time, it's like, what are you doing, bro? You're in a KBM truck. You have like, what? Bro had like 5 career truck wins before he joined KBM. Like, he's a proven talent. What are you doing sucking ass? Sure, he won 5 races in his first season, but then the next season he got like 1 win. Like, bro, you are not convincing anyone to give you a second chance in Cup. And he still got moved up to Gibbs. And of course, Gibbs, overpowered as ever, he got 7 wins in that season, whatever year it was. And it's like, duh. Better than half the fuckers that were in that series that could have won, I guess. But like, dude. And then he's back in Cup again. Now for another garbage bag organization. Somehow he managed to downgrade from Front Row Motorsports. And now he's on the fucking LMC. LMC. With just, and it's such a shit team too. But whatever, he's been utterly irrelevant ever since making it back to the Cup Series. He's still, but like last year, he still did Leech races. He won like his first Leech start. And it's like, what? Why are you here? Well, why are you still here? Like, John Hunter Nemechek is one of the most accomplished lower series drivers. Like, who else has accomplished as much as he has, but has gone on to have no success in the Cup Series? Like, I'm thinking Erik Jones, who did not get a fair shake and has been on a garbage bag team and should have gotten hired by Hendrick. But, like, he still managed to get 3 wins out of his career. Who else has had as many wins as he has in both Xfinity and trucks, but has gone on to be irrelevant in Cup? Like, who else has the resume? I am genuinely trying to think right now. Who else has the resume that John Hunter Nemechek has in the lower series, but has absolutely nothing to show for it in Cup? Ty Gibbs, I guess, but he's never run trucks. And he's on an actual good team. Who else? Who else has had this level of success in both Xfinity and trucks? I genuinely can't think of anyone else who has been this good in both series. Like, there's some drivers that were good in trucks but did nothing in Xfinity. You know, Zane Smith. You know, those guys. And then there's guys who had a lot of success in Xfinity but has done nothing in trucks. Ty Gibbs. You know. No one's ever done both, but gone on to do nothing. Chase Briscoe, I guess. But he only has 2 truck wins. And one of them was as a Leech. Kinda-ish. Ish Leech. Leech-ish. Leech adjacent. Is what I'm trying to say there. I had to go to the bathroom quick and I did a little bit more thinking. Justin Haley kinda fits the description. But the biggest one, Austin Hill. Austin Hill has a bunch of truck and Xfinity wins, and he's never gotten a Cup shot. But yeah, I guess that's the extent of that. But yeah, I mean, I feel like I've kind of gone over John Hunter Nemechek's career. He was like my favorite truck series driver, that not named Corbin Forrester, for his entire truck tenure until he came back with KBM. Like, he was one of the first, like, diecasts that I bought, actually. I bought Truex 2014. Did I buy that truck in 2015? Because I know I got the Matt DiBenedetto 83 in 2016. Did I buy the truck in 2015 or 16? I don't remember. All I know is that I liked John Hunter Nemechek a lot, and I still kind of do. I mean, fuck, if he won a race in the Cup Series, I'd be like, damn, that's some good shit. But, like, all he does is leech. It feels like all he's done is leech ever since being at KBM. Like, it feels like he's been a leech since then, and then when he went to Xfinity full time, he was just being a leech there too, it felt like. I don't know, man. It's weird. He's had a very strange career. And he's like 2 months younger than I am, so he's fucking 27 coming up on 28. He's got plenty of time left. That's crazy. Erik Jones is next. Actually, let me wait for a second. So, if you've been watching this video all the way through from the start, which, my God, you're probably more unhinged than I am at this point, you'll recall that I flashed up a timestamp on the screen that said when we would get to Reddick. Now, I know that there's probably going to be people that watch this video specifically for that and nothing else. So, once we get to that timestamp, I'm going to do a little trolling. Alright, so don't spoil this in the comments. Play along with me, alright? What I'm going to do is I'm going to skip and go straight to Stenhouse, and then we'll talk about Reddick afterwards. So we are going to talk about this bitch. When we get to the 45, we're going to do a little bit of trolling. Okay? So just a fair warning on that one. So, next up is Erik Jones. Yes, indeed. I'm going to take a sip of my Clear American Peach flavored sparkling water beverage with other natural flavors. I say the whole name every single time, but like, it was only funny the first time. I don't know why I keep saying that. I've got some Mountain Dew Zero Sugar, is what they're calling it these days. But that's got caffeine, and I would like to not drink caffeine. Like, on my days off, I try to not drink caffeine, but I say that. I go to fucking McDonald's breakfast and get a large sugar-free iced vanilla coffee every single time. Maybe I should try a different coffee there. Maybe I should try a hot one. Yummy, yummy in my tummy. Anyway. Erik Jones. This is going to be a long one. So, as you probably know, I love Erik Jones. I still don't know if he's my favorite driver versus Chase Briscoe, if I'm 100% honest. Erik Jones, and I've, for the most part, always liked Erik Jones. Now, Erik Jones, once again, the first I ever heard of him was in 2013. But like I said at the start, I couldn't tell Erik Jones from Darrell Wallace. Every single time that the 51 KBM truck won, I was just like, oh, it's a KBM 51 truck win again. Oh, what an accomplishment. Truly shocking. I had absolutely no further context. I had absolutely no knowledge about the truck series. I wasn't even watching the races. Like, I had no idea. So 2014 rolls around. Isn't he still part-time? Yeah, Erik is 1 year older than me. So he actually would have been 18 by the time 2014 rolled around. But I think he was still part-time in trucks. And like I said, I did not really watch trucks full-time until 2015, because in 2014 I was just watching the Cup Series, really, and like I said, I was working. In 2014, all I did was work. Like, my work schedule was terrible, and I hardly ever got to actually watch any racing. But yeah. So Erik Jones existing, it was kind of the same thing like 2013, where it was just Darrell Wallace or Erik Jones winning. It was just like, oh, okay, another fucking KBM truck win. Wow, what an accomplishment. It wasn't until 2015 that I was actually watching. I was actively trying to watch every single truck race because I was watching for Corbin. That was when I actually started watching the series. And at this point, it's still a KBM truck. I still hated every KBM driver. I didn't really care for Erik Jones. When he lost to Casey Kane at Charlotte, I was mad at first because it was indeed a Leach win. However, when he had his interview where he was crying I was kind of like, ugh, ew, oh, ew, gross. I kind of thought that was a bit bitch behavior. Now, to be fair, bro was only 18. To be fair. But, like, still, come on, bro. Come on. Come on. You really gonna cry for not winning a race? I mean, if I was in that situation, I'd have done the same thing. But, like, you know, that was kind of a gross moment, to say the least. But, yeah. And at that point, didn't he have like 4 truck wins at that point, like in his career already? Like, come on, bro, come on. But like, yeah, like I said, it's just like. But like, as the year went on, Erik grew on me, mostly because Reddick was pissing me off. It was Erik versus him for the entire season, and all Reddick did was be stupid. And make stupid decisions. Canadian Tire comes to mind. He just wrecked himself like a dumb bitch. And don't forget fucking Las Vegas. But Erik was like, fine. And like, then he subbed for Hamlin in the middle of the Bristol race in the Cup Series, and I was like, oh shit, hello. Oh, I've just been talking about trucks this entire time. I completely forgot to mention when fucking Kyle Busch broke his leg, Erik got a bunch more Busch Series starts, Xfinity starts, and he fucking won at Texas. Sure, it's an overpowered Gibbs car, but like, I was like, okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. But like, yeah, it was great to see Erik in the car and not Kyle Busch. I will definitely say that much. But yeah, Erik was all over the place in 2015. And then he subbed for Kenseth. And it was just like, oh my goodness, dude. He's just been all over the place. Like, by the end of 2015, I really liked Erik Jones. And then when 2016 came around, he had a horrible Xfinity season. Like, it was bad. Like, he was wrecking. He was not winning races, and sure, there were leeches upon leeches, but like, 2016 was one of the worst leech seasons of all time. Even fucking rivaling 2006, dude. But like, fucking, Erik was still, he still managed to get, I believe, 4 wins that season. Which, quite frankly, is impressive, but the problem for Erik is that he was wrecking every week. And then the championship was fucking garbage. So, it didn't literally matter in the end. But by that point, Erik was already going to the Cup Series, and he was joining Furniture Row Racing. And as if ordained by the gods themselves, of course I was going to be a fan of Erik Jones, because that 5-hour Energy 77 was so good. What a great paint scheme that was. It is a travesty he did not win the Bristol night race. He dominated the shit out of that race. As a rookie. As a fucking rookie. Sure, Furniture Row was overpowered that year, but fuck. He was so good in that race, and that car looked so good. Oh my god. Oh, well, that was such a good car. I loved it so much. But fuck, I think the Truex for 5-hour Energy paint schemes of the Clash and the All-Star race were actually better. But it was still a good paint scheme, dude. So fucking good. But anyway. Yeah. Yeah. So I loved Erik in 2017. I can't believe he missed the chase, dude. That was fucked up. But he was a rookie, so it makes sense. 2018, he got his first career win at Daytona. He should not have gotten his first career win at Daytona. That should have been Truex winning that race in the patriotic 78. But it's fine. It's good that it happened, because he needs as many fucking wins to his name as he can get at this point. 2019, like, let's get that fucking PowerPoint open again. 2019, he got the Southern 500 win, and those cars were garbage, but hey, what you gonna do? But like, Erik was always one of my favorites. Like, the second that he made it to the Cup Series, let's take a look at this fucking shit if it would ever load. And he was a leech. He did a lot of leeching in 2018 2017 and I believe 2018 as well. But he kind of stopped leaching after a while, and he hasn't done it ever since leaving Gibbs. Like, let's see here. 2017, Jesus Christ, he was already number 5. 2018, number 4. 2019, he went down the list in 2019 behind McDowell, Byron. I put Byron over Erik. Who's the one? Oh, Kurt. Kurt in the one. Bowman, 3rd. What the fuck was I on in 2020? Okay, he's back up to 5th in 2020. 2021, up to 3rd. Oh, yeah, that's where he sits for the rest of his life, yeah. Yeah, that's where he sits for the rest of his life right there. And now we're in 2025, and he's up to 2nd. Up to 2nd, but anyway. Yeah. Once he left, I mean, well, shit. He won the Clash in 2020, I guess. That happened. And then he got fired from Gibbs, which is very annoying. Then he went to the 43 when he should have gone to the 5. And then he did nothing for a long time. A long time until he won that fucking race. He won the Southern 500 in the 43 car, and I legit, like, that was for me one of the most emotional wins that I've ever watched. Like, it's crazy. Like, that fucking, like, I mean, it came at the expense of Truex, who blew up for absolutely no reason. No. But, fucking, that was, it's just like the thought of when he like, it really did feel like his career was over when he signed to the bitch-ass 43 after leaving Gibbs. But, like, that season, just from start to finish, was so good. And he was so low-key all season. And then that finish. Now, it's kind of, now, realizing that the air in these cars is worse than, like, than the 2019 package at times, kind of sullies the race. But, like, at the time when we didn't know just how aerodynamically fucked these cars were, like, in full, it really did feel like fucking the biggest moment, one of the biggest moments, to say the least. So it was indeed a good time. It was a very good time. But ever since then, Erik has done fuck all. He's gotten railed every single opportunity that he's had. The LMC just continues to be the biggest dumpster fire of an organization that you've ever seen in your life. Yeah. Yeah. They signed Dave Ellens, who was like the Rudy Fugle of Xfinity. And then Ellens left. Where even is Ellens now? Is he even fucking... He's not even a crew chief anymore. LMC fucking nuked him so hard that he's not even a fucking crew chief anymore. But yeah. So, Erik is great. He should be on a real team, but he's not. And he's probably never going to be on a real team again. So, yeah. JJ Yaley is next on this list. Do I say anything? I mean, I first heard of JJ Yaley in 2005-ish in the game NASCAR 2005. And then he went to Cup, and then he almost killed Mark Martin at Charlotte by being a jackass and not signaling his way down the pit lane. What a fucking retard. Ever since then, he has been in the sport, still. It has been 20 fucking years, and he still is racing, despite having 0 NASCAR wins. He is the Matt Tifft of the mid-2000s, except he came in before Matt Tifft and exists after Matt Tifft. There is no one before or after JJ Yaley. He will be racing forever. Make it fucking stop. What a moron. And yet here he is still racing every single fucking week. Why? Fucking retire. Should have retired 20 years ago. Here his ass is, still fucking racing. Go away. And the next driver on the list is indeed the 45 Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Get fucked, bitch. Enjoy being jebaited. Get fucking baited. Get jebaited. I bet you thought that I was going to talk about this. Nope. Nuh-uh. As it turns out, you got jebaited. Yeah, you're gonna have to work a lot harder in order to get me to talk about this. Way harder. Way harder. You got jebaited. You got jebaited. You got jebaited, you stupid idiot. You got jebaited. You got jebaited. You got jebaited, you stupid mo. So that being said, the next driver on the list is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. This video is just a painful experience. Just a painful experience to sit through, dude. So, Ricky Stenhouse, I have known since, like, I want to say 2009-ish. Because even back when I wasn't watching Nationwide every week, there was still the occasional moment where I did. 2009 and 2010 were a couple of years where I did watch a significant amount of Nationwide races. And Stenhouse was there, being stupid. You see, the thing about Stenhouse is that he's always been terrible. He's always been the loose cannon to end all loose cannons. If he's still on the track, they're not done wrecking. And that was always the case back in the day. But for some inexplicable reason, Roush kept him around. And for an even more inexplicable reason, he still fucking managed to find a way to keep his career going for so long. And like they basically, it timed out perfectly that when NASCAR stopped counting points for leeches, it just so happened to be when he was full time and there was barely anyone else to fucking compete against him. Now, that being said, Hornish losing to him in the championship, that's inexcusable. The Hornish was way too good even back in 2012 to lose a championship to this guy, so that's fucking just sad. But then they moved him to the Cup Series, and it's like, okay, Roush is dying, fair. But at the same time, Stenhouse sucks. He's so bad. And he spent so many years being terrible on Roush. And then randomly gets a win at Talladega in 2017. And it was kind of like, okay, whatever, it's a Talladega race. Then he goes to the very next plate race and wins that. Now, half the field died in that race. And that was one of the 2017 was back when like plate races actually had like an air of legitimacy to them, and there was not the 70% of the field getting taken out, you know. So like his competition, David Reagan was up there, I think, in the fucking 34, something like that. I think David Reagan was in that race, and it's disappointing he did not win. That would have been funny. But, yeah. But he wins those two races, but he's never really learned how to be capable on any other track type. Sometimes he'd run top 5 at Bristol. That hasn't happened for several years. He's supposedly an amazing dirt driver, but only made an ass out of himself at every single fucking dirt Bristol race. Every other track, he's just completely irrelevant. The only time that he's ever relevant is when he's wrecking. And that has been the case for over a decade. He's been in the Cup Series for over a decade. And then he gets a fucking Daytona 500 because nothing fucking matters, because that fucking race is just a... The fucking prestige of that race is literally non-existent at this point. And he's just a fucking hazard, dude. He's always been a hazard. Everyone knows that he's a hazard. It's been the meme. It's been the meme for over 10 years. That all he is just a track hazard. Every which way you look, every single time you turn the fucking race on, you can rest assured that he's going to do something stupid. And then the one time that someone actually fucking races him like he races others was fucking the All-Star race. What year was that? Last year? Whatever fucking year it was. Yeah, I think it was last year. Where Busch wrecked him for no reason. Like, to be clear, like, that was completely unjustified. But then Stenhouse fucking gets all fucking up in arms about it, and he's standing outside his fucking hauler and starts beating up Kyle Busch, and it's like, fuck off. Like, fuck off, dude. Maybe you could fucking learn how to drive elsewhere. Like, I'd get it. I'd get it if it was anyone else. But Stenhouse has caused enough havoc in Kyle Busch's life that I feel like he was owed one. He's owed one from everyone in the fucking field. But no, he got all fucking indignant. I can't stand Stenhouse. He's such a fucking... He's so bad at his job. I have never seen someone so fucking bad at racing get this many wins and stay around this long. How is he a two-time Xfinity champion? How? Because he was racing against Michael Annett and Austin Dillon. That's how. So yeah, basically, I don't know what to say other than that. That's just fucking, it's just no. He's terrible, has always been terrible, and he had one good race, the 2017 Talladega race. Because he definitely shouldn't have won either Daytona race. And he's irrelevant everywhere else. All he is just a track hazard. All he is a caution cloth. I cannot stand Stenhouse. Alright. So if you've made it this far into the video and you're still watching, we are going to do Reddick now. Because I wanted to do a little trolling for the people who came to this video just for Reddick. So, yes indeed. So, if you're wondering why the Stenhouse section in the description is so long, well, here's the reason. So, yeah, we're talking about this bitch. Okay, so... Why do I hate Reddick? Well, it's obvious. He was in the Truck Series in 2015. I was on Erik Jones' side because there was really no one else. I mean, what was I going to do? Cheer for Matt Crafton? Give me a break. But Reddick sucked in that Truck Series season. He barely was relevant at all at any point in time. The only time he was relevant is when no one tried to win the fucking Daytona truck race. That was it. Literally no one tried to win that race. And then he proceeded to do absolutely nothing for the rest of the season. And if you'll recall from someone we just talked about, J.J. Yaley failing to signal that you're coming down the pit lane. Oh, would you look at that? He almost killed Austin Terrio by doing the exact same thing. Yeah, that's really cool. I don't know why everyone who has tried to murder one of my favorite drivers is so beloved by everyone in the fan base. Yaley, Reddick, they're all fucking, everyone jacks them off. There was that one Twitter post where it was like, not the ally rival meter, but like the positive and negative sentiment towards drivers chart. I saw that. I did not save that, and yeah. But Reddick was like one of the most fucking loved drivers on that list, and there was like no negativity. I was the only one. Yeah. And people say that I'm fucking lying when I say that it's just everyone jacks him off, but yeah. So he did absolutely nothing in 2015 other than try to kill Austin Terrio, who let him win that race in Daytona, by the way. Terrio was blocking the whole time for him and did not try to take the win. So that was very polite of him to do that. 2016 happens and he's even worse than 2015. which is an incredible statement. And then when in a leechless race at Las Vegas, when Hemrick needed to advance in the next round, the team did nothing to help him out. And that was the only race Reddick won all year. He also missed the truck chase that season. Like, can we just say that he couldn't even beat 8, 7? There were 8 drivers minimum in the 2016 Truck Series season better than him, and he still moved up, of course. Still moved up to Xfinity in the overpowered Ganassi 42 that a litany of drivers won in. Probably the most overpowered car on the track. Was that 17 or 18? 17 is when that was. Because that fucking year, Nemechek, John Hunter Nemechek wins. Bowman won in that car for his first NASCAR win. Like, that fucking car was so goddamn overpowered. And the fact that Brennan Poole couldn't do anything in the team car to that, like, that was just fucking amazing. But yeah, no, it was it was the most overpowered car, and it was at Kentucky, which is once again another pure equipment track. Another track Annette was really good at, so you know it was pure equipment. So yeah. But then he did fuck all, and then once again, and then once again, 2018, fucking does absolutely nothing all season. Because Ryan Truex decided to push him instead of go for the win at fucking Daytona. That's the only reason that he won that race. That was fucking garbage. And then he wrecks Allgaier at Phoenix with mean attendance and not only costs Allgaier the championship, but basically gives it to him instead. See, it's the exact same thing as Cole Custer in 2017. If Cole Custer had finished one position higher, he would have won the 2017 Xfinity Championship. Well, guess who the fuck should not have made the Final Four in 2018? Yeah. So then 2019 happens, and he's fucking stupid. And wins a bunch of boring races where no one's trying. But of course couldn't win Kansas on fresh tires. Couldn't be bothered to do that. Can't rely on this bitch for fucking goddamn anything. But in a season where everyone else was there was so many different stories going on in 2019, like Cole Custer randomly winning 7 races, Christopher Bell being the best driver in the series by far. None of that mattered because the final race of the season was at Homestead, at his only good track, and yeah. So that was that. So, pretty much, yeah, if the Final Four race had been at Phoenix for every single season, guess what? Christopher Bell would be a 2-time Xfinity champion. It's almost as if championships mean absolutely fucking goddamn nothing when 4 drivers going into one race could win the entire fucking season-long race season championship. It's almost as if that's extremely fucking stupid and makes absolutely no sense. Yeah. He also fucking, that's pretty much it. Then he went to the Cup Series and did nothing for several years. And then once again had one good race at fucking, Road America, and suddenly, oh, it's the greatest road course driver of all time. Yeah, shut the fuck up. And pretty much every win he's ever gotten has been fucking garbage. Blah, blah, blah. You get the idea. And amazingly, the only reason that he's not my most hated driver in NASCAR is because there is many allegations against Gragson. So, yeah. Some allegations were made. Many of which were substantiated, by the way. So now he's on a fucking overpowered team and is running top 5 every single fucking week and is basically guaranteed to be in position to win every single fucking goddamn race. And everyone's gonna fucking worship his bitch ass on Twitter when he never should have made it out of trucks. Because every truck win he got was pure fucking garbage and he couldn't even make the truck chase in 2016. Yeah. So that's great. Can't wait for him to be around for the next 20 years. What a fucking bitch. Anyway, next on the list is Alex Bowman. By the way, this video has been painful to make. Like, this is day 4 of recording. Like, I'm not even kidding. This is day 4 of me trying to record this. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if I'm still sick. I don't know if it's just because I'm getting older at this point, but like, I could have popped off one of these. I could have just fucking sat here and made one of these videos, you know, like 5 hours of this shit in one sitting back in like 2014, but I don't know what it is now. Maybe it's just mentally exhausting. Anyway, Alex Bowman. First I ever heard of Alex Bowman was indeed the 2014 Daytona 500. I did not know about him at all when he was with the Ricky Benton team in Xfinity and actually winning poles. I didn't know anything about him when he was in ARCA, when he was winning races there. The first I ever heard of him was the 2014 Daytona 500 when he was in the 23 for BK Racing. Imagine being BK Racing and scoring a driver like Alex Bowman. Like, what? Like, what? It's crazy to think. That kind of stuff just doesn't happen anymore. Just like young guys going on to shit teams. Unless you count fucking Zane Smith going to Spire. I guess that counts. But like up and coming drivers that don't automatically get put into the top level cars, like that's not how it used to work back in like the good old days and shit. But like, you know. But I always liked Bowman in that car because I thought the Dr. Pepper car was cool. He did absolutely nothing in 2014. No surprises there. Then he went to Tommy Baldwin. And that was an interesting season. He was involved in a meme where the dude with the fire extinguisher fell over. That was a pseudo-viral moment. It was viral for 2015. It got like 1,000 likes on Twitter. Like, that's a lot of likes back in 2014, 15, dude. Yeah. But, like, he occasionally got to make races in junior motorsports, and I was always like, damn, why can't you win one of those? That'd be really helpful towards you not fucking flaming out. And then, just the strangest thing of all was when he was the one who got to replace Dale Jr. when he went on to concussion protocol in late 2016. Like, that's so strange. Like, that's not something you would expect. Like, I was thinking, you know, what was that, 2016? Who was the junior motorsports drivers back then? It really wasn't a direct pipeline for the Hendrick development drivers until Elliott happened. But then in 2015, the 9 shut down because Elliott was no longer, or like 16, the 9 shut down because Elliott was no longer in it. And that was the only reason it existed to begin with. It's like shit. But like, they had Regan Smith, who I think ran a race in the 88. And they had Allgaier, obviously, who didn't get shit. He's never gotten to shit until now. And even then, it really isn't hardly goddamn anything. But like, yeah. But like, that was crazy. Just like I was so happy. Like, I was like, holy shit, we got some business on our hands right now. We got a guy who was on BK Racing 2 years ago, and now he's in the Hendrick 88 driving for Dale Jr. It's like, what? And then he almost won Phoenix. And then Logano happened. Because of course Logano happened. Why the fuck wouldn't Logano happen? Every single fucking goddamn time. It's always his bitch goddamn ass ruining everything good. Everything good in this world, it's always him ruining it. But like, thankfully that did not cost Bowman his career. Him not winning that race did not cost him his entire fucking career. Like, so many times it does happen. He fucking did nothing in 2017. He ran the Clash. I remember that. He ran the Clash. Ran some fucking truck races or some shit with GMS. And did basically nothing until like the last 10 races of the year, where he got a couple of starts in the 42 and won at Charlotte. It wasn't very impressive win either. I think I got that die-cast at one point, that Bowman 42 car win. I don't know what happened to it, though. Not sure what happened to it, but like, yeah, and then it was 2018 that Bowman officially took over for Dale Jr., and everyone thought he was a rookie because, you know, everyone watching by the time 2018 rolled around had only been watching for like 2 years. So you know how it goes. But, yeah, and then he beat Larson at Chicagoland for his first win. He did nothing in 2018, by the way. That was 2019 that he got that win. And then, was it 2020 or 2021 where he got 4 fucking wins? I think it was 2020 because it started out winning California, which was cool. That was neat. That was just a dominant win out of nowhere, kind of like Briscoe at Phoenix. And then he just started winning a bunch of races, like, from pure luck. And it was kind of getting stupid at times. Like how it was always him winning those races. Like Pocono comes to mind. Fucking Larson eating the wall on the final corner and Bowman wins. Like, what? That's some classic NASCAR right there. But, I wish that would happen more often, by the way. But, yeah. I was kind of getting sick of Bowman winning these races because, well, it was really just me being a bitch. But, like, 2020 and 2021 were really bad years for me. So, that's my excuse. So I was getting annoyed by him always winning and Truex not winning or something probably. But like, yeah. And then it's also Hendrick. Hendrick drivers winning is always bad because you know they're gonna jack off everyone that's not the driver at that point. Like fucking Byron wins, the first camera's on Gordon. And I guess Johnson really doesn't count as a Hendrick driver anymore, but I'm sure that they still bring him up all the time whenever Bowman won races back in the day. Then he went on a not winning streak, and then he won at Chicago last year. And I was like, okay, I would have rather someone else won this, but whatever, it's fine. And yeah, he could have won the Daytona 500 last year. That would have been funny. That would have been a funny set of circumstances right there. But yeah, for the most part, I've always liked Bowman. Can we get this to prove that? Oh damn, he's under Justin Haley. I guess I really don't care about him anymore. 2024, yeah, this is pretty much neutral is entirely neutral drivers. Like the hated section, Zane Smith, Stenhouse. Yeah, Stenhouse. Like this area right here. I think that's Cody Ware in the 51, right? Bowman down and hated in 2023. I hated Bowman more than I hated Stenhouse and Austin Dillon in 2023. Did I really? Huh. Interesting. So here's 2021. Was he still in the 88 at this point? Or was he in the 48 yet? Because he started in the 88 and then he went to the 48 in 2021. When they changed their numbers and shit. And as a matter of fact, here Bowman is in the good section in 2021. So something happened in 2022 that made me drop him to hated. That's interesting. Do we know what happened? See, that's interesting because when he won 4 races, I still liked him. But then when he only won once in this season, I hated him. He got injured at one point and was out of the car. Who was subbing for him in 2022? I don't even remember. Oh, Gregson, that's right. Fucking God. Oh, I don't know what happened. Maybe that's the reason. But, like, I don't know what happened to make me hate Bowman in 2022. That is... If only I was still doing race reviews by then maybe we'd have an idea. But yeah, so Bowman, I mean, where do I have him in the list today? Yeah, still in the neutral section. Like, yeah, that's pretty much accurate. Bowman's fine. I don't hate him anymore. I guess I did at one point, and I legitimately don't even know why. But, you know how it goes. Probably because he's a Hendrick driver, if I had to assume. Cody Ware is next on the list. Cody Ware. The first that I heard of Cody Ware. Didn't he run like some Xfinity races in like 2015? I think when Corbin ran his 2 races in Xfinity in 2015, Ware was running those cars as well. Otherwise, I mean, he's a Nepo kid, obviously, but like, he's not like Ty Gibbs. Like, that's an interesting juxtaposition, these two together on the entry list. Like, goddamn. Like, talk about the definition of nepotism. Cody Ware for Rick Ware Racing, Ty Gibbs for Joe Gibbs Racing. Wow, that really just says everything you need to know about modern racing. But point is, I mean, what is there really even to say about Cody Ware? He's been... The crazy thing about it is that he had absolutely no business being in NASCAR when he first started. And to be fair, he also has no business today. But, there was one year when he went and raced Trans Am, and then he came back and was low-key decent on road courses. He had a great race going in the 2019, I want to say, Roval race in the Rick Ware 17. He had a great race going. He was running like top 15 in the rain. And it's like, that almost justified his existence in the series. But like, then he got accused of beating his girlfriend or something. But it turned out they're both liars. So like, that case kind of ended like, unconclusively. And now he's full-time for what I believe is the first time in his career in the 51, as long as, you know, the sponsorship continues to flourish, I guess. He really doesn't need sponsors. He's the son of the team owner. But, like, what do you even say about Cody Ware? He's Cody Ware. He's trash. He had one good race in his entire NASCAR career, and he's been here for a decade. Go away. Leave. Retire. Why are you here? Oh yeah, your dad's the team owner. Like, legit, like, fuck off. That's some fucking garbage. I have Cody Ware, obviously, in the hated section. But, like, legitimately, my actual opinion is I just do not give a fuck about Cody Ware. He's a bit of a meme in that sense. A bit of a meme. Should I say more about Cody Ware? Maybe this is where I'll hide the Reddick stuff. Next on the list is Ty Gibbs. Alright, so remember when I said that I can't stand nepotism and I hate rich kid drivers and they all need to retire? Guess what? Ty Gibbs is my number 4 driver for 2015, apparently. Now, Ty Gibbs is interesting. When he first came into fucking racing, when he first started running ARCA, I was like, oh, it's the grandson of Joe Gibbs. Wow, that sure is the definition of nepotism. And I was like, damn, I sure hope he doesn't advance. And then he started his career not winning anything, but like coming close but not winning, and I thought it was funny. And then he won a race, and I was like, okay, well, this is no longer fun. And then he went through a period of winning every single ARCA race that's ever happened, and that was very annoying. And I couldn't fucking stand Ty Gibbs. It was so clear that the 18 was unfathomably overpowered, and once he made it to actual NASCAR, he was going to flame out. And then he won in his debut in the Xfinity Series. Still has yet to run a single truck race, by the way. Then he won in his Xfinity debut, and I was like, what? This is the biggest... That's basically my fucking brain was literally like melting from that moment. And as the year of 2021, was that? Yeah, as that year went on, I slowly started realizing, oh God, he's good. And then he started beefing with Gragson, so I was like, oh, well, looks like I like him now. It kind of really was just that easy. It's just, I could always rely on Ty Gibbs to put him in his place. And then the 2022 Martinsville Chase race. How do you expect me to dislike someone after they do that? That was gorgeous. I would have rather he won it clean, but honestly, I don't even care. And then Gragson, all week long, leading up to Phoenix, was talking so much shit, and he did nothing but sit there and watch Ty Gibbs drive off and win the championship. Oh. Like, when it, like, you remember when I said that fucking the 2015 Martinsville Kenseth moment was the greatest feeling I ever had in NASCAR? It still is, but that championship race at Phoenix in 2022 for Xfinity, that's in the top 5. That is in the top 5. It was so good. So good when he talks so much shit all week long. Ty just put his fucking head down and drove and won. It was immaculate. Between those two moments, I cannot hate Ty Gibbs. I already like Ty Gibbs by mid-2022, but like that, oh, give me a break. You want to know why he's so high up the list? That's why. He put two of the biggest bitches in the sport in their place. Oh my God, dude, it was so good. Oh, it was so good. Unfortunately, he has gone on to do absolutely nothing in the Cup Series. He had a horrible year in 2024. And I have no reason to believe that he's suddenly going to be able to win Cup races this year. He did not do a lot of leeching last year. He did a ton of leeching in 2023. I saw him get a leech win in person, in fact, in 2023. But yeah. Yeah. That's how that went. 10 out of 10. Ty Gibbs, can you fucking win a race? That'd be nice. Boy, this late part of this video is actually finally getting interesting, because next on the list is Ryan Preece. Now, I famously, with a question mark, said that he could win a Cup championship back in 2018. Well, the championship means absolutely nothing now, so I suppose he probably could. Given the right set of circumstances, nothing's stopping him, to be honest. But like, yeah, he fucking, Anyway, I don't know what I was awing about, but Preece, the first that I heard of Ryan Preece, what year was that? What year did he, was he in Xfinity? Full time in JD Motorsports when he made those Cup starts, and he like ran the 98 and wrecked at Martinsville like in a really weird way. Was he running full time in Xfinity that year? I think his full time season in Xfinity was 2016, because 2017 is when he actually won, when he shortened his schedule and just raced for Gibbs. That was a seismic moment, by the way. That was a great race. You know, the weird thing about it is that looking back on a lot of races, like at the time, that I was really happy about, that race at Iowa is one of them specifically. But some races I wish had different outcomes even when I was super happy about them at the time. And that's one of them, because Kyle Benjamin finished second in a photo finish in that race. Because Iowa was cracked back then. But in some ways, I wish Kyle Benjamin won that race, because his next best opportunity to win was Martinsville in 2018 in the race that it snowed. It was a snow delay, and it was him versus Nemechek at the end. And that was another race, yeah, that I would rather the outcome had been different. But like Kyle Benjamin, one of the biggest wasted opportunities, wasted talents in this fucking sport. Like, you want to talk about these fucking losers that stick around for years despite absolutely having no justification for it by running fucking 15th every week in top level equipment. Then you got Kyle Benjamin, who actually ran well in races and probably could have won 2 or more, and he's out on his ass before his career even starts. So yeah. But Ryan Preece is fine. I kind of started getting sick of him when he would just keep running truck races and winning at Nashville. That was a little bit stupid. I was like, okay, you can stop running trucks now. Or if you're gonna run trucks, run them fucking full time. Don't do it as a fucking leech when you're just sitting on JTG doing nothing. Fucking run trucks full time and race for a championship. Race for something meaningful. Nope. He'll just be a leech, I guess. But like his leech wins, or not leech wins, he had non-leech wins. He won Bristol in 2018, which was great. That was an important moment right there. And then his first Cup tenure, all of his Cup tenures were really bad, but he never had a fair shake. He was always in garbage cars. Fucking JTG. And moments from death, Stewart-Haas. Wow. Some groundbreaking organizations right there. Yeah, 4-car team with 1 win last season that I missed because I was sleeping. And yeah. But now Preece is in a good car. I mean, it's so hard to fucking judge what this season's gonna look like, because you start the year off with 2 fucking plate races, and now we're going to a road course. Like, what? Like, how are we supposed to get a gauge on how the season's gonna look when the first 3 races in a row have, like, absolutely nothing to do with the vast majority of the season? Like, this doesn't tell us anything. We don't know anything. You'd think Joe Gibbs Racing as an organization was a fucking backmarker team. Oh, I'm so tired. Yeah, so I've always been fine with Preece for the most part, except when he leached. That was annoying. I mean, if you want to make the argument that was him trying to save his career by doing those leech races, then fair enough, I guess. But he's on the 60 now, and I'm really looking forward to him actually accomplishing something. If he gets a win, that'd be funny. If he doesn't, well, I guess we are really not going to be too surprised about that fact, will we? Okay, down to the final 5, and BJ McLeod is one of them, so it's more like 4. Michael McDowell, what a career he has had. What a career. This dude is a legend, okay? The first that I heard of Michael McDowell was in 2008 when he hit the wall at Texas and flipped a bunch. Yep, that's the extent of my knowledge of Michael McDowell. And then every single time the Cup was racing, you would see him in some backmarker car, a go or go home team, back when that was a thing, you know. The good old days when people actually could qualify for races. But like, you know, McDowell was always someone that I liked because he was a lovable backmarker. And then he started running like Xfinity races for Penske, and that was insane. I specifically remember Iowa. Mike McDowell was trying to win that and failed, and it was sad. There was another year, apparently he raced for Gibbs at Road America and lost that. I didn't see that live, but what I did see live was him winning Road America in 2016. And that was litty AF. That was a great race. That was a great race right there. But like before that, like dude had a 7-year-long career before that race even happened. And he's had a career about 7 years long ever since. But like there's so little that I know about McDowell from before then. He won like 6 races in ARCA in like 2006. Like I had no idea about that until I found out what Racing Reference was. And fucking he was just go or go home his entire life. Like, it's so hard to piece together the timeline. He was racing for Levine when he won at Road America, but he still hadn't even had a full-time season in the Cup Series. Like, even attempted. Like, sure, he DNQ'd a bunch, but, like, he didn't even attempt a full season before then. And then he got shafted over to the fucking 59 for Ty fucking Dillon, another organization that Ty Dillon contributed to the downfall of, fucking Levine. But then McDowell left the 95 and he went to Front Row Motorsports. That was like what happened, right? It was straight from Levine to Front Row, I'm pretty sure. Actually, I don't even fucking know, dude. Can we just, yeah, let's just do it like this. Let's just do it like this. 2021. Now, we got some spoilers for later on in the opinion video, about 5 minutes here. So, he fucking, yeah, his first full-time season was 2017 for Levine, right? Yes. He got his first full season in, and he did basically nothing. I need to move this slightly. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm breaking immersion right now. No, the immersion. The immersion! No! Okay, there we go. Alright, so then 2018 is when he moved, right? Yeah, he was already over to here. But, like, the thing about Michael McDowell is that he came from... What did he come from? Trans Am? Oh, yeah, he was in kart? Oh, my God. Yeah, Grand Am. Rolex Sports Car. IMSA. IMSA is where he came from. And then he transitioned into ARCA, where he won 4 races. That's still a lot of races. Second in points probably to Frank Kimmel, like always. But then he goes straight into the Cup Series, kind of. He goes to Xfinity. He ran a few truck races. 2 before this season, for that matter. But yeah, his last Xfinity race was his win. But look at all these Xfinity races that he had. Like, I didn't know any of this. I didn't have any knowledge of any of that. But then, yeah, so he existed on Front Row Motorsports for a long time. Like, look at this. Just a long time of existing on this team. And in a sense, he built Front Row Motorsports up. In a sense, he built it into this amazing race right here. Like, I always liked McDowell, but... And then he had a great start to this season. 2022, 12 top 10s, 16.7 average finish. And then, of course, this fucking race right here. This fucking race right here. I mean, 54 laps led out of 82. It's so hard to think back on this, but it's, yeah. And then last season, he wins 6 poles after getting 0 poles for the first 440 races of his career. 6 poles all of a sudden last season. He's got a 12 average finish in his first 2 starts. What? 11th and 13th. He is having a Casey Mears 2006 season. But yeah, dude, I mean, McDowell is always someone that I've liked, and he is number 3 on the list for a reason. He is number 3 on the list for a reason. He is responsible. He was the crux of what should have been the best day of my life, but is no longer. And it's tough. McDowell, I mean, I've always liked McDowell. There has never been a time, ever once, that McDowell has annoyed me. Well, except for maybe the Talladega race last year. But, yeah. I'd like him to win again, so I can think of a McDowell win that's not weighed down by bullshit. Carson Hocevar is next on the list. Bro is an interesting one. The first that I heard of Carson Hocevar was in the Truck Series, obviously. I don't know of, is there anywhere to watch USAC? Is there anywhere to, like, consume that content, like, on a regular basis? And what does it even mean? Isn't USAC, like, 15 different fucking championships, like, IMCA fucking dirt, Like, it's not like USAC isn't just like one national series, right? Like, it's got all, like, if you win a regional championship, like winning all 18 races in the season, they'll say that you are a 18-time USAC winner, right? I don't know, dude. The point I'm trying to make is that Hocevar tumbled his way into the Truck Series for Nice, of all organizations. And, like, with someone that had as much hype behind him and has as much support as he does today, it's kind of crazy that he spent that entire Truck Series tenure at Nice. That's very interesting to me. But Hocevar was someone that I really didn't care about until he started winning. Because for some reason, before he got a win, he was a very consistent driver. He wasn't like breaking shit. He wasn't wrecking himself or others. He just had top 5 pace everywhere. Until he started winning races, then he started driving erratically, which is kind of insane to consider. That he kind of like all the racing etiquette went out the window once he actually started trying to win. It's very weird. But tired. He fucking could not win for a long time. And it was kind of funny. It was kind of funny how incapable he was of winning. But then he did win, and then he won a few more times, and then he wrecked time in the championship race, and that was extremely funny. That was a great moment. Unfortunately, it didn't last. It didn't even make it to the end of the race. But Hocevar was like subbing for Corey LaJoie, who was subbing for Chase Elliott at Gateway, and he had Hocevar had like a top 15 run the whole race, and it was kind of just unusual. That entire event was just really strange. McDowell led a bunch of laps. Busch won in the 8. It's like, that race was fucking weird. But, yeah. Anyway, Hocevar became a rookie in the Cup Series last year, and I kind of stopped caring. He really didn't do anything at all. He also subbed for Dumb Bitch in whatever year that was, 2023. And he had a really good race at Bristol in the 42 car. I remember that. But now, Hocevar almost won in Atlanta, and it's like, I don't really care. None of this matters. This is all just fucking sports entertainment at this point anyway. As far as Hocevar on this list, he is below Bowman. Which, yeah, actually, I think I dislike Austin Dillon less than I dislike Cole Custer. Yes, I think we are going to exchange those. But, like, I'm sorry, this video is falling apart at the seams. BJ McLeod! How can you dislike BJ McLeod? Have you seen this man? Have you seen him? What kind of alpha fucking Chad rolls into NASCAR with nothing, builds up a truck team, builds up an Xfinity team, gets into the Cup Series and gets a charter, and then sells that charter for like a 400% profit, makes millions of dollars, And he comes back and is still racing in the Cup Series without a sponsor, without a charter, like a fucking Chad. BJ McLeod is awesome. He is the definition of the American dream. I love him. I hope he wins a fucking race. It will never happen. But, like, you never know. It's unfortunate his business partner has to be fucking Matt Tifft. But I think Matt Tifft has left after a while. So now I can, like, cheer for BJ McLeod with absolutely no shame. What a Chad. 10 out of 10. I love BJ so much. Anyway, next on the list is Shane Van Gisbergen. Yay. So, the first that I heard of Shane Van Gisbergen was like, I don't know, 2020. He raced supercars and was not as good as McLaughlin until McLaughlin left supercars, and then SVG was the best in supercars. And now SVG has left supercars, and he's racing NASCAR full-time, because why not, honestly? I think it's cool, as much as I am annoyed by his existence most of the time, it is cool to just have some rando like him come from a completely different discipline and just be a full-time Cup Series driver. That is fun. It is nice. I agree. That's pretty cool. However, I'm still annoyed by his existence most weeks. And it all started at COTA last year. But before that, it all started at the Chicago Road Course Street Course thing. He won that race in his first ever NASCAR start, and I was like, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I watched it from behind the desk at the hotel and was like, interesting. Like the iCarly meme, you know? But like, yeah, I actually would have rather Justin Haley won that race. Anyway. From there, Gisberger raced in fucking some other shit. And then he went full-time in Xfinity last year, which was, in theory, a good idea. But in execution, he wrecked himself and Austin Hill at COTA and gave the win to a fucking leech. What a dumb bitch. Why would you do that? I thought this guy was supposed to be the greatest road course racer of all time. He couldn't even beat Austin Hill clean, nor could he win the fucking race. Wow, he's so fucking great. And then, of course, he was rewarded for being a dickbag by winning a bunch of road courses and only road courses. He was relevant literally nowhere besides road courses in Xfinity. He spent pretty much every week running 30th. Like, the thing about it is that you had a competition over at Call League between the 97 and the 11 for who was going to have the most embarrassing season. Because Josh fucking Williams and Shane Van Gisbergen, what a fucking team. They were wrecking constantly and running like shit every single race. The only thing SVG had going for him was that he was good at road courses. And of course, he won a bunch of those in very spectacularly boring fashion. And then he started losing races. And then he lost to Buescher at Watkins Glen in the Cup Series. That was a great moment. All the fucking SVG being annoying and just existing in the Xfinity Series and just causing havoc, wreaking havoc, being annoying and winning boring road course races. Buescher beating him in that event, now that was very satisfying. I will say that much. As far as his existence, I don't even have him in the list. I don't even have the 88 in the list. I need to get the... this is what we're going to do. We're going to copy this 88 over in here. I definitely don't dislike him as much as Zane Smith, but I definitely dislike him more than Austin Dillon. If it came down to Shane Van Gisbergen and Austin Dillon to win the race, I would definitely pick Austin. So there we go. Do I hate Cole Custer more? Yeah, I do. Alright, yeah, I'm happy with that placement. Anyway. Yeah. We are up to present day. Hooray. Last driver on the list, my God. I was going to do Truex. I was going to do Jimmy Johnson. I was even going to do Allgaier. No, we're just going by the list. Fuck it. We're finishing this video. Daniel Suarez. Okay. So Daniel Suarez. The first that I heard of Daniel Suarez was in 2015 when he was in the Truck Series a bunch and he was full-time in Xfinity. In the Xfinity Series, he was terrible. He was wrecking. He was slow. He was basically Riley Herbst in the Gibbs Xfinity car. And I was like, damn, he sucks. And then he came back for another fucking season. And then he also, and another thing, Daniel Suarez was racing KBM 51 every single week that someone else, that like actual good drivers weren't. And he was never winning. He couldn't win in the Truck Series in one of the most overpowered trucks in the field. Bad. Shit. Terrible. He won like Phoenix in like 2016, I think, in the Truck Series. It definitely wasn't 2015, but he won a Phoenix race after like that wasn't that the race where a bunch of people fucking wrecked, or was that Atlanta? I don't even remember what race he won. All I know is there was a wreck and he shouldn't have won it, and he was trash there too. So then 2016 rolls around, and 2016 is a very interesting year because when everyone announced when the fucking rally happened where all the drivers and Brian France endorsed Trump, I was like, well, that's stupid. And then because I had latent racism in me, I started actually cheering for Suarez because of Trump. That's actually what happened. That is actually unironically what happened. See, let me tell you, I was a Bernie Sanders supporter. I caucused for Bernie Sanders in 2016. I had just... When was that? That was right. That was two months after I turned 18. I was old enough to caucus for Bernie Sanders in North Dakota, and he fucking and so I was a Bernie supporter. I was I was watching Sargon of Akkad at this point. I'd been watching Sargon for a year at this point. So I definitely was not a far leftist. But I was still following, I still follow secular talk to this day, but I was following Bernie, secular talk. I was very much firmly on the left. So when I wasn't like, Trump was not my first pick. Bernie was my first pick. If Bernie had won, well, I would have voted for him in 2016, but he didn't. The DNC fucked him over. So I was like, okay, I will never support you motherfuckers ever again. And I voted Jill Stein, and Trump won. And I was like, get fucked, Hillary. Get fucked, DNC. And now look at us. Now look at us today. Anyway, so because I was probably racist, I liked Suarez. And then the 2016 California Xfinity race happened where Suarez almost won but ran out of gas. If I did not like Suarez, he would have won that race, just to be clear. He won some other races that year. Michigan, he beat Kyle Busch to do it. That was a good race. Dover sucked. I don't even remember what other race he won, but he won 3 races. But did he fucking win Homestead? He must have fucking won Homestead. That fucking race was fucking terrible. Cole Whitt gave him a championship. It was the biggest pile of garbage championship like in NASCAR history up to that point. And yet, it is like not even in the top 5 worst championships as of today. That really says everything. We have fallen as a species. So Suarez goes to Cup because Edwards is like, nah, I'm done with this shit. And I wish I was like Carl Edwards and could actually be done watching this garbage, but unfortunately I am not like Carl Edwards. And then Suarez was in the Cup Series and did absolutely nothing for all of 2017. Then he did absolutely nothing for all of 2018 except make Logano win the championship. Then he went over to Stewart-Haas in 2019, I think. Yeah, 2019, it was Stewart-Haas, where he did absolutely nothing. And then in 2020, he went over to Gaunt Brothers and contributed to them shutting down. And then he fucking went to fucking Trackhouse and did absolutely nothing. And then Pitbull bought into Trackhouse and now they're a top-level organization. And he got a terrible goddamn win at Sonoma where no one could pass. And everyone was so accomplished by that. Everyone really cared a whole lot. No one cared, actually. And then he went to do absolutely nothing for another season. And then he got a garbage win in Atlanta in the most overproduced, gimmicky pile of shit finish in NASCAR history. I think that might be the single worst finish in NASCAR history, is that Atlanta fucking 3-wide finish. That just solidified every terrible decision that NASCAR has made in the last 20 years. It solidified every single one of those decisions. Horrible. I'm so glad. I hate fucking Larson, but I'm so glad that he got the actual closest finish of all time later on. I'm thankful for that. So that we don't have to talk about that stupid fucking Atlanta finish anymore. But anyway, so Suarez is a worse driver. He is below the Menard line. And there is no justification for him staying in the Cup Series. But thankfully, Pitbull is no longer on Trackhouse. So does this mean Suarez's career is over? I doubt it. But you know what? We're going to hold out hope. We are indeed going to hold out hope. Suarez is number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Number 8 on this list. Yowza. I hate him more than Larson? Okay, I don't know about that. I'm not 100% sure about that one. Yeah, there we go. All right. Yeah, that's okay. Anyway, I'm done. No, this video's over. I'm not talking about anyone else. I'm not doing this for the other series. This video was absolute agony to make. I say as I've done nothing but sit here and talk shit about drivers for like 4 hours. That's apparently hard. That's what I consider a hard day's work. No, this was painful to make. This is day 4, like I said, of me trying to record this, and no, we're done. That's everyone. Thanks for watching. If you watch this entire fucking video, God help you. But otherwise, thanks for watching. My content has come to a sheer halt. I have one challenge video in recording right now, and it's the streams. I have nothing else going on. I am so fucked in the head, and physically, and mentally, and I'm only getting worse. So yeah, thanks for watching. See you whenever comes next. Y'all have a good one. Bye.